Today we start our session with a prayer. We represent the Northwest Territories and we all pray that we have a good meeting. Let's listen to each other. Let's help do the best we can. Amen.
Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for the status of women.
Mr. Speaker, June 3rd marks the 2-year anniversary from the release of the final report of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, and its demand for a world where First Nation, Inuit, and Métis families can raise their children in an environment that offers the same level of safety, security, and human rights as non-Indigenous families. To mark this date, I will be tabling the first annual report addressing the government's actions to respond to the calls for justice. Mr. Speaker, following the release of the final report of the National Inquiry, the N.W.T committed to review and analyze the 231 calls for justice and assess the current programs and services they offer. In the past 18 months, we have conducted a careful and thorough review of existing programs and services, and we are currently finalizing the details to carry out preliminary engagement with key stakeholders and partners in advance of the development of the N.W.T's action plan to respond to the calls for justice. While we work towards developing a comprehensive response to the calls for justice, scheduled for release in the fall of 2021, the annual report I am tabling later today describes some of the steps already being taken by the N.W.T to begin to address these actions that are called for in the calls for justice. Some of these include increased core funding to the Native Women's Association of the Northwest Territories and the Northwest Territories Status of Women Council, the establishment of a new gender equity division in the N.W.T to expand the work of the Women's Advisory Unit in order to address gender equity, gender-based violence, family violence, and women's economic empowerment, the creation of a gender equity grant program to complement the Women's Initiative grant program to enhance gender equity across the Northwest Territories and provide support to community-based projects that benefit people of all genders, and the development and implementation of the Indigenous Cultural Awareness and Sensitivity Training Program, which is mandatory for all N.W.T employees and is available to the public free of charge. Mr. Speaker, the N.W.T has been collaborating with the Government of Canada, provinces, and territories by providing input into the development of a national action plan on missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, as well as on a national action plan to address gender-based violence. A number of announcements and events commemorating this day will be taking place across Canada today, including the release of a national action plan. The level of interest and participation by provincial and territorial governments, Indigenous governments, and Indigenous organizations and communities shows that the final report of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls will not be allowed to gather dust on a shelf. The N.W.T commits to and looks forward to collaborating on the implementation of a national action plan. Mr. Speaker, here in the Northwest Territories, we continue to have the second highest rates of violence against women in the country. This violence has sadly become normalized in our communities, and it often leaves victims and their families to suffer in silence. This is a reality we are not proud of. It is one we have a moral obligation to change. I had the privilege of attending the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, and I heard stories of families and survivors from the Northwest Territories who experienced the tragedy of a missing or murdered loved one. At the hearings, many families and survivors not only bravely shared their truths about the loss of their loved ones, but also presented recommendations on what they felt could be done so that others do not have to endure through the same pain they endured. It took immense courage to share their stories. We have a duty to honor that by doing all we can, individually and collectively, to create a society where all Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people feel safe, respected, and have equal access to a quality of life. Mr. Speaker, I wish to acknowledge and remember these women and girls and their family. Survivors and families deserve not only our respect, but also our help. And the Government of the Northwest Territories will continue to support them in their healing journey. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, 5 years ago, the government of the Northwest Territories took responsibility for the tugs, barges, and marine facilities that have served our communities for decades. Since then, Marine Transportation Services, also known as MTS, has evolved and improved and provides reliable and professional marine shipping services while supporting the Northwest Territories' economy and workforce development. In 2020, MTS delivered more than 6,300 tons of cargo and 28 million liters of fuel to the communities on the Great Slave, the Mackenzie River, the Beaufort Delta, and the Arctic coast. Millions of liters of fuel were delivered to 20 coastal North Warning radar systems on behalf of the Department of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, planning for the 2021 sailing season, our 5th season, is on schedule. The first barges are expected to depart Hay River in mid-June. This is the first of 16 tows scheduled for this season. With the robust COVID-19 mitigation plan in place to protect our communities, residents can ship and receive their cargo safely. Thanks to funding provided by Canada, 4 new double-hulled barges joined the MTS fleet late last year. These barges will be in service this season, carrying deck cargo and petroleum products to our communities and customers. For the past 2 summers, adventurous teenagers from Dilo, Deda, Klitzelke, and YELLOWKNIFE have joined our unique research expedition to help scientists conduct a bathymetric study of the Great Slave Lake and the deepest lake in North America, and to install moorings in Christie Bay. These young people worked with researchers using cutting-edge technology, shared national knowledge of the water they grew up on. They shadowed the captain and the crew of the vessel, learning about exciting and fulfilling career paths they might never have otherwise considered. This collaboration between young Northerners and world-class scientists took place on the MV Nahidik. The MTS vessel is leased to the Arctic Research Foundation, a non-government organization that collaborates with Northern and Indigenous communities to support scientific research in the North. I had the opportunity to visit the vessel and meet some of the students when it docked at the end of last season. I toured the vessel, was given a demonstration of some of the equipment they used, and most importantly, met with some of the students who had just completed this exciting expedition. Our association with the Aurora Arctic Research Foundation supports infrastructure projects and Northern youth. And by advancing Northern science, we may better understand the effect of climate change on Northern waters. MTS also supports the Canadian Coast Guard's navigational aid program in N.W.T. waters, performing annual inspections, overhaul, repair, and maintenance to the Canadian Coast Guard's vessel, N.W.T, and the N.W.T Hay River shipyard. This essential program places and maintains buoys and range markers each year, facilitating the safe passage of commercial marine traffic on the Mackenzie River and the Great Slave Lake. Through the Marine Training Centre and with support of Transportation Canada, our partnership with N.W.T Fisheries and Marine Training Consortium supports marine-related education and training in the Northwest Territories, creating long-term and fulfilling employment opportunities for Northwest Territories residents. Mr. Speaker, through MTS, the N.W.T will continue to pursue opportunities with public and private stakeholders, and our hardworking MTS crew will continue to deliver essential supplies to our communities. Kuya Naini, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Mr. Speaker, like all of us here today, I recognize the importance and value of education and its role in creating long-term success for our residents and our territory. I'm pleased to say the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation, through its apprentice program, also reflects this value while also working hard to improve housing for many Northwest Territories residents. It is important to highlight providing opportunities like the apprenticeship program does not happen without collaboration. The Northwest Territories Housing Corporation works with the Department of Education, Culture and Employment on this initiative, providing an opportunity to highlight successes that can be achieved. Mr. Speaker, the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation aims to hire 12 apprenticeship positions to work with the local housing organizations across the Northwest Territories. These apprentices are obtaining valuable classroom training while also being mentored by certified trades professionals. These apprentices are already making valuable contributions to the people of the Northwest Territories. They are working diligently to learn and build up their skills. In addition to supporting apprenticeships, assignments at the local housing authority organizations, the corporation is also asking general contractors bidding on new housing contracts to support at least one apprenticeship over the lifetime of that project. From April 2020 to May 2021, this approach has already supported 13 apprentices working on a variety of construction projects throughout the Northwest Territories. I'm a firm believer in the work these apprentices do, and I have seen the impact of their work firsthand in many small communities across our territory. Being an apprentice is often one of the first steps in a lifetime of work in the trades. Since 2007, 19 apprenticeships that have worked with local housing organizations are now Journey certified. This includes a plumber in Beshico, an oil burner mechanic in Delaney, carpenter in Fort Smith, and a housing maintenance service person in Paulatuck. Mr. Speaker, I am proud of the role the Housing Corporation has played in the career of these Journey persons. I want to see more of this important work. I am pleased to note that under the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation 4-year business plan, we tend to increase the number of Northwest Territories Journey certified apprentices by 10. Through the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation continues partnerships with ECE, our general contractors and others. I look forward to coming back to the House and providing an update on the apprenticeship program to further highlight the successes of this program. I'm confident that we will continue to increase the number of certified apprentices and celebrate the skilled tradespersons of the Northwest Territories. I also want to thank the staff and the local housing authorities and associations of the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation who have worked diligently to develop and ensure the certification is acquired and the maintenance of these programs to further extend the lifetime of our public housing units. Must see, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to discuss pandemic anxiety. Mr. Speaker, I have been receiving numerous calls from constituents who are feeling overwhelmed by the pandemic, are tired of self-isolation, tired of the relaxation of public health orders that appear to benefit others but not them, those in extended care that are feeling isolated and alone, grandparents and children and grandchildren feeling the anxiety of not being able to visit family outside the N.W.T. Mr. Speaker, anxiety, tension, apprehension, concern, fear, change, and hope are all aspects of this pandemic that need to be recognized and dealt with in a manner that allows one to continue on with living. It is difficult when one finds that what was once predictable is not anymore. What was once controllable by each of us is not anymore. And what is important and accessible to each of us is just out of reach now. Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of this pandemic, fear set in, and most of the world agreed action had to be taken as people were being hospitalized and dying. Our CPHO and this government took swift action by limiting travel in the N.W.T. and providing public health orders that were there to protect us all, and we praised her for that. Mr. Speaker, now Northerners watch the news and hear that Southern Canada is planning to loosen restrictions and provide more freedoms. Sentiment is now changing on how our CPHO and government is handling this phase of the pandemic. Many of our residents who have been vigilant throughout want to see further relaxation of restrictions. The people in the northern part of the N.W.T. now have access to the Yukon, while people in southern N.W.T. who have done their part and who are fully vaccinated continue to feel the impact of the restrictions and want to know why, not us. Mr. Speaker, we are at a moment in time where we have to look at our legislation and ask if we are reaching a point where we may be subjecting this government to potential court challenges now that a vaccine is available, data is available, and the majority of people are conscious of safety protocols. Relevant wording we have to look at in the Public Health Act states that public health emergency means the occurrence of imminent threat or a public health hazard or disease that represents a significant risk to the public health. It further states that the public health officer may take reasonable measures as he or she considers necessary. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. The member seeking unanimous consent to conclude a statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The questions this government has to ask are based on the fact that a majority of people in Canada and the N.W.T are vaccinated and restrictions in many parts of southern Canada are being lifted. These two questions are, do COVID-19 and known variants pose a significant risk? Do the orders continue to provide reasonable measures based on the current risk? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Member statements. Member statements. Member for N.W.T. Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nurses are the core of the N.W.T healthcare system. Without nurses, we would have no one in the communities, no one to care for our patients in our hospitals, no one to provide nursing care for our elders, no one to assist our new mothers, no one to provide health education to our youth in many communities, as well as many other things that they do. Nurses are essential. Our healthcare system absolutely could not function without them. What does this mean, Mr. Speaker? It means that when there is a pandemic, the entire territory is ordered to stay home. Nurses have to continue on like nothing has changed. It means that if working in a hospital and they wish to request time off from work, it gets denied due to operational requirements if there's no one to cover for them. This happens on normal times and not just in pandemics. It is unfortunate that given how much nurses do, they are not treated the same. It was recently raised that indeterminate permanent nurses are tired of being treated differently than short-term locum nurses. It causes a weaker morale in the workplace, as mentioned in the same article. Yes, there is a nursing shortage in the country, and yes, it's hard to attract people to the north due to the cost of living. Many may not know that term nurses do receive the Northern Living Allowance as it's added to their hourly wage. They also get their flights and their subsidized rent. Indeterminate staff don't. Some say, well, they get a pension plan. Well, in my experience as a past manager, that wasn't on the top of the list for many. The world is changing, Mr. Speaker, and our younger generations don't think like the past. To work, 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 get that pension and retire. It's more of a work-life balance. Work, work, work for the things you want to do and enjoy life. Mr. Speaker, the minister stated in a news article on May 25, 2021, that the Health Authority is meeting with the UNW to investigate those concerns. The nurses are not going to complain to the hand that feeds them, and the Health Authority needs to send out independent persons to hear from them so that they can voice their concerns without feeling like they may get retribution for saying the truth. This government is committed to increasing the number of resident indeterminate healthcare professionals. I know that many will speak up in confidence given the opportunity to do so. The real issues are brought forward, and only then will we be able to fix the issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Lakes. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. On March 4th, 2021, during the review of the ITI main estimates, I asked questions about the core funding received by the N.W.T. and Nunavut Chamber of Mines. The ITI Deputy Minister said, quote, "We meet with the Chamber every 2 weeks in a working group. We are working on our competitiveness. We are looking at actions. They are contributing to the Critical Metals Action Plan. There's a lot of good work," end of quote. This got me thinking. What could the Chamber of Mines and ITI senior staff possibly be talking about that requires meetings every couple of weeks? I'm not aware of any other economic sector that has that kind of privileged access to this department, so I filed an access to information request to find out what was happening. What I got back appears to be an incomplete set of N.W.T. Chamber of Mines COVID-19 Recovery Working Group meeting summaries with numerous redactions that I tabled in the House yesterday. I encourage all of my colleagues, the media, and the public to review these meeting summaries. What was supposed to be a working group focused on economic recovery from the impacts of the COVID pandemic has transitioned into a high-level, bi-monthly lobbying campaign behind closed doors. Notes reveal ITI taking actions well beyond economic recovery or COVID. The economic and financial interests of the mining industry appear to be driving actions by ITI. Regular MLAs don't get this kind of access. Working group members have been reviewing and editing ministerial correspondence, including letters to co-management boards, reviewing and changing work contracted through public procurement processes, and pushing for land withdrawals that support land rights negotiations to be lifted or stopped. Political advice in dealing with federal government is freely shared and exchanged. Efforts are being coordinated on a federal minerals plan, with N.W.T pushing to have diamonds and arsenic considered critical. Nothing seems to be off limits in these lobbying meetings. This is not about whether mining is good or criticism of the Chamber of Mines. The Chamber does a very good job representing its interests. However, these interests are not the same as the public interest. This is about the appropriateness of these meetings held behind closed doors that have expanded well beyond economic recovery. I'll have questions later today for the Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, call me biased, but I believe the community of Great Slave is lucky to have some of the most beautiful spots in all of Yellowknife. Residents of Great Slave enjoy an abundance of nature at our doorstep. Tin Can Hill, Rotary Park, and the former Con Mine site are all great places to walk your dog, launch your canoe, go skiing, or just allow nature's beauty to soothe your soul. Over the past few months, I've been trying to get information on what is happening at the former mine site and specifically at the dock. I've approached different levels of government as well as different departments, and from what I've been able to ascertain is that there will be no building developments happening on the mine site proper in the short term. However, there appears to be a lot of interest in what is going on at the end of Robertson Drive, in particular by the Department of ITI as part of their Great Slave Fisheries Revitalization Program. Once the snow had melted, I visited the dock to see what my constituents had been contacting me about. The dock is badly in need of repair and ongoing maintenance. Rebar tie-offs are twisted, sinkholes are forming, and sediment is eroding into the lake, something that could lead to environmental damage. The approach down to the dock is steep and rutted, also showing signs of sediment migration into the lake. It is clear that the dock is routinely used by the public as a boat launch, for my constituents accessing their houseboats, and as an entry point onto the lake for recreational enjoyment year-round. If plans are being made to change this site, it's imperative that area residents be given a say and their needs be incorporated into any design. Will there be energized stalls and parking available for the houseboaters? Will the dock be widened and commerce areas set up for farmers markets or the like? Will there be areas for picnicking or trails established? What I'm really getting at, Mr. Speaker, is will the public be able to continue to utilize and enjoy this area unfettered, and will the final design meet their needs? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Member statements. Member statements. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, graduation across our territory and my communities in N.W.T. With the end of the school year approaching, I would like to extend congratulations to the N.W.T. class of 2021, graduates in our communities. I'd also like to give special thanks to the teachers, the school staff, and our local DEAs, family members, and other role models in our communities who assist our youth to succeed and achieve their goals. Graduating is a monumental achievement and dedication to study and perseverance at graduation in the North. This year is a bigger deal because we had to deal with so much in our small communities, such as COVID-19. During the pandemic, they had to go through quite the process, but they did it. Mangalalak School in Tuktoyaktuk has 7 graduates. Cassandra Kaptana, Brennan Wilkie, Savannah Bolio, Janelle Pokiak, Medrick LaValle, Natasha Ross, and my daughter Michaela Jacobson. I'm really proud today in regards to that. She did it at, yeah, my daughter, she's really special to me because that's my youngest daughter. Now I only got one more to go, Joseph. He's 8 years old, but I got a few more years. Mr. Speaker, in Ulakaktuk at Helen Helvik School in Ula, we have one graduate, Tyrell Kuptana. His graduation ceremony will be held on June 11th. In Angik School in Polituk, they're celebrating their graduation on, would like to congratulate Figgis Kringniktuk, Grace Nakamayak, Shannon Green, and Jorgen Rubin. The graduation is a significant milestone in a young person's life, and it marks an entire entry into the adult world. They pursue bigger dreams and pursuing trades, moving to post-secondary education, and entering the workforce. The sky's the limit, Mr. Speaker. Our grads represent the future leaders in our communities and address the complex challenges we face as a territory. To all graduates across the territory, we're all very proud of you and we wish you the best in your future endeavors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nunukput. Member statements. Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, I've spoken several times about the importance of what the Tolson Hydro expansion represents for the future of the N.W.T. I speak passionately and frequently about this issue for a number of reasons. Primarily, it is a great opportunity for the N.W.T. economy and all people of the N.W.T. This project is of great importance because it will bring the N.W.T. into a prime state of development for the future growth of the diamond industry, mineral industry, non-renewable and renewable industry, and is a green energy project at the highest level. Mr. Speaker, in the eyes of some, this project is either considered too big or not good enough to address our territory's needs. Well, that all depends on what needs we're addressing first. For me, my focus is the economy and helping people to better themselves and not just to survive, but to thrive. Right now, businesses are hurting, which means that people are hurting. I want to see people with stable jobs, a steady income, and that people are fed and housed appropriately. However, in order to achieve those things, we need to have a strong economic base with a variety of jobs available for people to work. Mr. Speaker, I know the Tolson expansion has the potential to spur further economic growth for the people of the N.W.T. I'm confident that this project can and will create spin-off industries within the N.W.T. Let's also address the elephant in the room. This project is crucial if the N.W.T. has any intention to advance any future mining exploration projects. We all know the cost of living is going up every year for everything we buy, but so is the cost of doing business in the N.W.T. Mr. Speaker, we need to start creating the right conditions to attract and retain business and investments in the N.W.T. once again. Our economy is on life support right now and is in dire need of a kickstart. For example, in January, Statistics Canada published a report on economic activity in Canada for 2020, which found out that N.W.T. experienced a decline of economic activity by 12% in 2020. Moreover, another recent Stats Canada report from last month states that the N.W.T. experienced the highest decline in gross domestic product of any jurisdiction in Canada for 2020. In total, GDP fell by 10.4% of the N.W.T. for 2020, amounting the most severe economic decline for the N.W.T. in 40 years. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. The member seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, as our territory and country moves toward an economic recovery in the post-pandemic world, our government needs to seize this moment and secure permanent funding for the Tolson Hydro Expansion Project. The federal government has been investing hundreds of millions of dollars in programs, services, and in key economic sectors hardest hit by the pandemic. This is the right time to work with the levels of government to finally get this project off the ground with permanent funding. In times of economic decline, we must think big and long-term, and the Tolson Hydro Expansion must be included with that discussion. I will have questions for the Minister of Infrastructure later today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Tabacha. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Kamloops.
Mr. Speaker, given the N.W.T's strategic potential to the rest of Canada, our infrastructure deficit is truly shocking. We sit on top of some of the country's most valuable resources, but many can barely put food on the table. And our assets, from roads to ports to community social infrastructure, do not reflect the needs of the 21st century economy or of the quality of life we aspire. In this House, one of the infrastructure deficits we speak of the most is housing. Housing needs bold leadership as it struggles between affording its legacy while figuring out how to pay for its future. Declining CMHC contributions make the government's need for real action imperative. By 2038, CMHC's contribution to the operations of public housing will be zero, and the value of today's N.W.T contribution to the Housing Corporation will barely cover the operations and maintenance of N.W.T public housing, let alone fund new housing stock in the Northwest Territories. Mr. Speaker, the world is in the crosshairs of crisis: pandemic crisis, mental health crisis, and climate crisis. We need to transition to greater resilience in our economic systems, social institutions, modern wellness practices, and industrial technologies. The transition we face is a $1 trillion economic opportunity for Northern and Indigenous businesses, or a relapse to obsolete ways of solving problems. In short, Mr. Speaker, we are at a point of transformative opportunity. The federal government is doing its first nationwide infrastructure assessment, called Building the Canada We Want in 2050. The national engagement sets out 3 main priorities: assessing Canada's infrastructure needs and establishing a long-term vision, improving coordination among infrastructure owners and funders, and determining the best ways to fund and finance infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, this isn't only a potential to, again, signal desperate need for housing infrastructure. It is an opportunity to transform the definition of nation-building infrastructure to include forward-looking social infrastructure that the North needs. This includes public transit, high-speed broadband, freedom from diesel dependency using clean energy to power homes and businesses, waste management, childcare, community, cultural, and recreational centres that build more inclusive and livable communities, and housing that supports an empowered and meaningful life. This is an opportunity for stable, predictable, long-term infrastructure investments that train people in 21st century skills, create jobs, grow the economy, and build cleaner, more equitable, inclusive communities. Mr. Speaker, the deadline for this initial submission to this assessment is June 30th. I will have questions for the Premier to ensure this government is ready to meet that deadline. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like the Yellowknife Department of Motor Vehicles to be open a few extra hours a week on either evenings or weekends. I believe this would make life a little easier for those who can't get time off to make an appointment. Mr. Speaker, I've brought this up in this House before. I've made statements and questions. I've made statements to 2 different infrastructure ministers through 2 different deputy ministers. Let's see if today is the day.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Nahende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you are aware 2 of the communities from the Nahende region are hurting right now. Our people are heartbroken and displaced. Many have lost everything they own. While we are dealing with the flood, I was amazed and awed of the residents and businesses inside and outside of our community who made donations of funding, food, services, cleaning supplies, and clothing during this difficult time. Mr. Speaker, this is my way of reaching out to those who help us in their own way. I want to tell you how much we appreciate your kindness and willingness to come to our aid. So please accept this member statement from all of us in those two communities as I say thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to try to keep my thank you short. There will be appendixes in the statement which I'd like to deem as read. On Sunday, May 9th, I received a call from a friend in Yellowknife saying that he had spoken to Walmart Canada, both independent grocery stores, Rashi and Glen, YK Motors, Shoppers Drug Mart, and Northern Food Services. Working with the logistics coordinator, there were 4 planes of loads of food and water during the flood period. The 2 airlines, Air Tindy and Buffalo, helped get the food and supplies to Fort Simpson. The Gwich'in Tribal Council purchased 4 brand new 14 cubic foot freezers and stocked them with meat supplies for the residents of Jean Marie and a similar amount to the community of Fort Simpson. The community of Delaney had a fishing derby and shipped the fish caught to Fort Simpson for the residents of Fort Simpson and Jean Marie to enjoy. As well, they provided 2 deep freezers, tarps, and 4 coolers. We had over 800 pounds of Kentucky Fried Chicken, Pepsi, and chips shipped to the Fort Simpson. Talk about lifting the spirits of the community. 101 buckets of chickens fed over 300 families. We saw groups such as Jean Marie River Support Group and the Fort Simpson Support Group formed to hold auctions to help raise funds, thanks to the business and individuals who donated products to bid on. There was a GoMe Fund page that was also set up. We saw an anonymous donor donate 55,000 pounds of food and water for the community of Fort Simpson. The Dene Nations provided supplies to both communities as well as other communities. I realize I've missed businesses and individuals, and I'm sorry for this. However, please realize my praise goes out to all of you, and I thank all donors for their generosity and kindness to shown to our both communities. God bless you all.
Thank you, Member for Nahende. Member statements. Member statements. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. My questions are for the Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment. Yesterday, I tabled meeting summaries from the N.W.T. Chamber of Mines COVID-19 Recovery Working Group. Can the Minister tell us whether she was aware of and authorized the full scope of discussions being held between senior ITI officials and the Chamber of Mines during these meetings? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this group was stood up, if you can think back now, a long 12 months back to June, when we were still just fresh coming out of the lockdown and we were still a long way from having the Business Advisory Council or Emerge Stronger or any other type of document, when the Department of ITI then reached out to the industry representatives that represent almost a third of our GDP to start to talk about COVID recovery, COVID relief, and really economic recovery and economic relief more generally. So I can't take credit for the decision to get that going at that time and to get that work moving, but I've certainly been aware that that working group exists, and I have often asked what the reaction of the group has been and what work they're at. I've certainly received briefing notes, which I think were included in the some 100-page document that I received yesterday, and again, certainly well aware that work is ongoing and intended to look at where industry and private industry can come together with government to find overlap to discuss efforts for economic recovery and regrowth of the mineral resource sector in keeping with the mandate of this government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. The records of these meetings show that the Chamber and even ITI staff are pushing to stop or remove land withdrawals, most of which support good faith negotiations of Indigenous land rights. Can the Minister explain why her department is pushing to stop or remove land withdrawals in light of Cabinet's commitments and mandate to settle and implement Indigenous rights? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, no one department has a position or an opinion about land withdrawals. There is a position of the Government of the Northwest Territory on land withdrawals, and that alone is the position, not one-offs or statements made out of context, perhaps in these notes. Although on that note, Mr. Speaker, I received this only yesterday. I've also gone through it. I've gone through the unredacted version. Mr. Speaker, it is clear to me, and it shouldn't be any surprise, industry, indeed municipalities, have long said that the lack of certainty around land is a real barrier in the Northwest Territories, and it should be no surprise that solving and land claims, resolving the land claims, and moving those negotiations forward is a mandate of this government for very good reason. There's nothing new there. That is very clear to every department, and it's clear to the Department of ITI. It is also not a surprise that industry continues to ask what is being done on that, and they advocate for a solution to that challenge, but the solution is going to be a whole-of-government one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Framley.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. She may need to discuss this matter further with her staff. But the summary seemed to indicate that the Chamber of Mines is having direct input into ministerial correspondence and changing the work done by a consultant hired through a public procurement process. Can the Minister tell us how much access the Chamber of Mines has been given to ministerial correspondence and the draft work of publicly hired and funded consultants? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's no impropriety in the sharing of information that again, I've reviewed both the redacted and unredacted versions and spoke to the department, and it's very clear that when there's correspondence going between levels of government, between governments, between government officials, while we may well want to share the efforts and the work that we are doing, for example, in the remediation economy, a number of letters were, I believe, tabled here in the House in order to put forward the kind of advocacy that's happening between governments. That correspondence and that sharing is just that, it's sharing. They're certainly not going to be editing any materials, or if industry is writing on their own lobbying efforts, it may well be to their benefit to share that with the government. And that's a benefit of having working groups like this, whether it's in the mineral resource sector, the fishery sector, in the remediation economy. That is the kind of work ITI does, and it's the same level of access that's being provided here. With respect to the work of consultants, I think I have a hunch as to what exactly the member is speaking to. And again, at this point, I suspect, Mr. Speaker, although I haven't had an opportunity to speak to the member about this document that was tabled, there is a study that was commissioned, it involved all 3 territories and Canmore, around how to increase investment in the Northwest Territories in the mineral resources sector. And that work indeed did look at the position of the Chamber of Mines, because they represent the industry that we are trying to increase investment in accordance with the mandate. I'm happy to speak to the member further about that work, but where it's at, it is progressing. Again, it's tri-territorial, Mr. Speaker, and as tri-territorial, but knowing that we are looking to increase investment in the private sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thanks to the Minister for that response. Now that this information on these meetings has been made public, the Minister has several options as I see it, and they are not mutually exclusive. She could stop these meetings, confine them to their original and stated purpose of economic recovery, allow other interested parties to observe and or participate, make complete summaries of these lobbying meetings public, and or afford other economic sectors and non-governmental organizations the same opportunity for consultation and lobbying. What, if anything, is the Minister prepared to do about these N.W.T. Chamber of Mines COVID-19 Recovery Working Group meetings that have moved well beyond their original purpose? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for industry, tourism and investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think as I said at the beginning, this is an industry that contributes 1/3 of the GDP of the Northwest Territories, over 1,300 direct jobs in 2019, not to mention indirect jobs. Over $813 million is spent in procurement. That's supporting all of the other industries. If the Department of ITI wasn't having regular meetings with the industry representation, I would be facing very difficult questions in the House to explain why we aren't. There are regular working group meetings with the fishery sector right now. I have regular meetings with Northwest Territories Tourism, as is the department, working often very closely with them. The list of options that the member has proposed, I have not seen. I don't have it in front of me, but every industry should have access to the Department of ITI. That is exactly the role of ITI, and certainly the sector that is the size of the mineral resource sector should have a role with the Department of ITI. It should always be focused on the well-being of the Northwest Territories, on the economy of the well-being of the economy of the Northwest Territories, and always in keeping that there is work that can be done on the private sector and work that must be done on the public sector. Where we can find common ground, we move forward, and where we cannot, so be it. Both parties still need to advance, because again, I think at the end of the day, we're all working for the same thing, which is really the growth of the Northwest Territories and our betterment of our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Tolson Hydro expansion is setting the groundwork for future development of industry and ensuring that the power rates across the territory are more reasonable. Therefore, this is probably the #1 mandate item for development in our list of priorities. Does the Minister agree with that? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I agree. The Tolston Hydro expansion is one of 4 major infrastructure projects as a priority of this government. And in no particular order, but it's the Mackenzie Valley Highway, the Cleto All-Season Road, the Slave Geological Province Energy, Communications and Transportation Corridor. Also, Mr. Speaker, this is a mandate to advance any of the infrastructure projects as Minister of Infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, the snowball effect that the Tolston Hydro expansion will have for our economic recovery will be enormous. Since we know that by 2030, all major auto companies will be going electric for the vehicle lineups. We cannot wait until the last minute to plan, assess, and complete this major consumer change without this project. Does the Minister agree with that? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Thabacha, Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I agree again. The Tolston expansion project is a critical piece of our strategy to connect 10 of our communities around Great Slave Lake to one hydro grid that will stabilize the cost of energy for all residents and also set the stage for more of a sustainable resource development so that we can rely on green energy to be able to grow our economy for the next 50 years. An intertie between the snare and the Tolston system will provide essential green energy infrastructure to fuel the clean electrification of the transportation sector here in the Northwest Territories for the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister must mediate a truly strong agreement with the Indigenous groups with majority ownership if possible. We must start walking the talk and show concrete action that the major shareholders are the Indigenous groups that are affected. Does the Minister agree with that? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. So far, you're 2 for 2. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, this is 3 for 4, perhaps. I agree. And we are doing this. You know, we have the Acknowledgements Dene First Nation, we have the N.W.T Métis Nation, and the Salt River First Nation have signed off on an MOU to work together on this project, which is a very important milestone in moving forward to be able to engage with Indigenous groups along this project. So we are in the process of shifting our focus to the implementation of the MOU and also a key area of focus on the commercial structure and the business case for this project. You know, ownership opportunities will certainly be available to our Indigenous groups, partners, but we need more time to define the overall costs, the risk of this project, and also all the parties to the agreement that are prepared to accept this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, to conclude the Tolston Hydro expansion will be and should be one of the major priorities in our recovery plan for the Government of the Northwest Territories after the pandemic. The minister should be asking the federal government to fund this project 100% to stimulate the economy of the North and to ensure our Indigenous shareholders will benefit from this project. Does the minister agree with that? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Thabacha, Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are pleased to be operating right now at 100% funding for $18 million from the Government of Canada to be able to support a feasibility stage of the project. Funding is being used to define the commercial structure, including costs, risk to the nature of a public sector and a private sector to support that is required to make this project a reality. We expect that various levels of public sector support will be required, including the N.W.T, to be able to unlock the benefits of a long-term potential of this Tulsan hydro expansion. So again, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to be able to agree with the member on this subject because sometimes we don't always agree on other subjects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 has created much anxiety and has affected the mental wellness of the population. We are at a crossroads where it is possible to expect court challenges based on the premise that the public health emergency declared does no longer meet the test for significant risk, and therefore the orders may be found unreasonable. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister of Justice confirm his department's participation in reviewing those public health orders created due to the current public health emergency to ensure they meet all legal requirements? And how far does that participation go with the Department of Health? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Department of Justice has a division called the Legal Division, and that is essentially the N.W.T's in-house law firm. And Legal Division provides legal advice and services to the N.W.T departments and entities such as the Office of the Chief Public Health Officer. And since the beginning of the pandemic, Legal Division has been working with the Chief Public Health Officer to provide advice in respect of the drafting. They will suggest wording. I'm sure there's been some back and forths to ensure that the wording is what it should be. But that said, ultimately the final say on what an order says is that of the Chief Public Health Officer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister speak to whether or not the Department has reviewed the relevant sections of the Public Health Act to determine what constitutes and is the legal definition of significant risk as it relates to the current COVID-19 public health emergency? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So in the Public Health Act, a public health emergency is defined as something that presents a significant risk to public health. And determining whether there's a significant risk to public health is the determination of the CPHO. The Department of Justice's lawyers do what they can, but ultimately they are not medical professionals, and there's a lot of science involved in determining risk. And so ultimately, they of course have to defer to the Chief Public Health Officer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister speak to whether or not the Department's reviewed the relevant section of the Act to determine the legal definition of reasonable measures as it relates to the current COVID-19 orders? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as you can imagine, this has been a focus of the department for over a year now. And the Public Health Act has been reviewed, other pieces of relevant legislation, the ever-evolving case law, Charter of Rights and Freedoms. So yes, all of these have been reviewed. And again, this is similar to the significant risk definition. This determination is made by the Chief Public Health Officer. The department does provide advice on the risks associated with specific measures and orders, that is to say the legal risks, but in terms of the the risks and what is reasonable in response to those risks in terms of the public health orders. That is, again, under the authority of the Chief Public Health Officer. But Justice does examine those and provide advice and opinion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it appears the risk of COVID-19 and variants have subsided due to the introduction of vaccines along with the health safety measures in place. Can the Minister confirm if his department has considered the possibility that a rights infringement court challenge may be forthcoming that seeks to have the court vacate the public health emergency and on all related CPHO orders? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Haver South. Minister responsible for justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure government lawyers are always worried about court challenges coming, and so yes, they have definitely considered the possibility of a court challenge since day one. You know, this is a very unique situation, and no one knew how far orders could go at the beginning. There has been case law around Canada, not necessarily in the territory, that has tackled some of these issues, and the department is watching that, but it's always on the radar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Minister of ITI. Can the Minister confirm whether ITI has applied for a reserve on the lease containing the con dock? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. Minister responsible for Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, indeed, ITI has applied to lands for a reserve of the Condock mine area, the purpose being to create a new boat launch and the associated docking facility mentioned with respect to the commercial fishing industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, does part of that then also include the fish transfer facility itself, or will that be located elsewhere? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just by way of preface, there's still a lot of work to be done in terms of any kind of design, the final design, which could look a variety of different ways. But in short, the main access or the main interest area indeed is to create a fish collection station so that fishers can offload from the lake and have it shipped down to the, by then hopefully constructed plant in Hay River. And as such, this will be one of the associated sites that fishers around the lake can be attending. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so I'm glad to hear that it is about maintaining the public access. I'm going to throw the Minister a little bit of a curveball here. There isn't a lot of room down at this location, and the area adjacent to the dock and the access point for it was a former tank farm, tank fuel facility. So without, maybe the Minister will have to get back to me, but I'm curious to know if the plan is to expand then into the old fuel tank facility area, and if so, is that area remediated? And she can get back to me if she needs to. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's always nice to have a bit of an out to be able to get back to the House with respect to detailed information. What I can say, Mr. Speaker, at this point is that any of the work that's involving the lake is going to have to involve the Department of DFO from the Federal Department of Fisheries and Oceans, Small Craft Harbors specifically. And at this point, what I understand they are looking at is at least 3 different potential designs. And as such, that my understanding of them, not being someone who's designed this type of facility, is that it likely will still be surrounding on the dock area specifically and not into the tank sites. But what I can do is say that once they're ready to have that feasibility study done or that work done, we'll make sure to communicate that with the members so that they can understand what that will entail. And last comment, Mr. Speaker, I understand too that the fact of us seeking this land is actually out for a public consultation right now. So there certainly is more available information with respect to the land that is at issue, and there will be more information available once we are at a further advanced stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister has provided me with a lot of information. I did hear somewhere in there then that sounds like the dock is actually going to get repaired then. If they were going to put all this facility down and not in the fuel tank area, then that means a large expansion for the dock would be my guess. So I'm very excited for that to come and be part of my, my constituency. I guess the minister has mentioned, and again I'm a little off script here, the minister has mentioned to me, or mentioned that there's public consultation ongoing. Could the minister commit to providing me with the information where my constituents could then be involved in that? I understand that they are meeting with the City of Yellowknife. However, I'm not sure if my constituents understand or I understand how they can feed into that stakeholder engagement. And also, will the minister commit to coming and having a meeting with residents in that region? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, there's been meetings with the city already, between city and ITI, and I understand that those discussions have been positive. I understand there is public consultation now, I suspect led by the Department of Lands, so I'll certainly confer with my colleague and get that information out and ensure we can share it publicly. And then lastly, Mr. Speaker, it would be again with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans who would have the final sort of critical role to be playing in terms of the repair work at the Con Mine dock. But they've been engaged with us thus far and have recently corresponded to confirm that they'll be working in collaboration with ITI. So again, we will ensure that information gets out. And I would be more than happy to walk down the street and meet with the folks in the riding of Great Slave. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe it was yesterday in the House, the Minister of Justice was talking about integrated service delivery and the goal being to, make government processes designed for the people and not necessarily what is easiest for government. For almost a year now, the Yellowknife Department of Motor Vehicles has not accepted walk-in appointments. You have to get an appointment. I've had numerous constituent issues regarding this. So I believe this is clearly easier for the department to run it that way, but not necessarily the public. So my question for the Minister of Infrastructure is, when is the Yellowknife DMV going to be reopened for walk-ins?
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Yellowknife DMV office, like all government offices, has an approved exposure control plan in place to be able to protect the staff and the general public. So this plan was limit the number of clients allowed in the DMV office, or no more than 8 at a time. So in order for us to ensure compliance with this exposure plan, the Yellowknife DMV had to implement appointment-only service and have a security person on site. The DMV will not be able to reopen to walk-ins until the COVID-19 restrictions are lifted or even reduced. The Chief Public Health Officer, we are very hopeful that the updated Emerging Wisely plan document will be able to address this, or at least provide us with some timelines so that we could be able to reopen to the public. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I'll save some of my questions for Dr. Condola when we can reopen the Yellowknife DMV. During COVID, the DMV was completely closed for a period, but they were actually offered more and more services online, and some of the traditional in-person services were being done by email. I guess my question to the Minister of Infrastructure is, what is preventing all services from being offered online? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the N.W.T has a robust online service menu, which includes things like renewing and replacing driver's license, general ID, book, cancel, reschedule driver exams, renew, print, cancel vehicle registration, commercial truck permits, the list goes on. So because of the nature of some of these services, they cannot be completed online. Transfer of a driver's license or ID card, obtaining new vehicle registration require in-person verification of documents for the authenticity of the, as well, just to be able to identify person requesting this service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess I one day hope that there's a path forward where the Yellowknife DMV can look to do what most capitals across Canada and most government service offices in other jurisdictions do, which is have a portion of their hours be available either on evenings or weekends, just for a small few hours for those people who cannot get time off work to make normal 9 to 5 hours. Is there any possibility of that happening, Mr. Speaker?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have reviewed the possibility of extending hours of the YK issuing office. As the member mentioned, he's been trying to get this office open evenings and weekends for the past year, and he's had not any success with several DMs and several ministers. Because, and I want to say that there are many different factors considering, including the costs, staff safety, cost of services, also the UNW collective agreement. We did analyze the cost of opening on Saturdays, and it was about $170,000 a year. So these costs would have to be passed on to the clients, resulting in increased fees, and no one wants that. We also would be able to require to have a client program officer in headquarters to be able to provide overrides or authorizations, as well as require system support from the Department of Finance. The staff at the issuing office have to deal with sometimes irate clients on, perhaps a regular basis, and these clients are usually dealt with by the manager. So that means the manager would have to be on site after hours as well. So putting additional stress on some of our staff. And this is very important, the UNW collective agreement defines a regular workday as Monday to Friday between 8:30 and 5. And any change to this requirement would mean that the union, it would be in agreement with the union and the employer. So, I'm sorry, I agreed plenty of times with the previous MLA, but this time there is no plans to extend the hours operation at the Yellowknife issuing office. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Costs, irate clients, union barriers, that could have been an answer to pretty much the reason why we can't do anything in this assembly, Mr. Speaker. I guess I would like to speak to cost. Right now the DMV is not even open 9 to 5, it closes at 4 o'clock or 4:30, depending. Is there a possibility where we actually reduce the weekday hours to be open part-time on weekends? I think we could actually reduce the overall hours, but give some people a window outside of that time. And maybe we can go, we have a new collective agreement coming out, maybe there's some sort of path to allow flexible hours, for our workers. Is there some sort of path forward where we get around the cost obstacle by changing the hours of the DMV? I'd settle for being closed Monday, open Saturday, whatever is possible here, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member is very adamant to get this office open. He's even willing to settle for less weekday for hours for a half a day to be open, thinking it's still not going to cost us money. It's going to cost us money, Mr. Speaker. So, however, on a flip side, we are looking at, willing to direct some of the department to look at options, perhaps, as a path forward to be able to increase hours during the work week. But any potential solution for this, Mr. Speaker, would be dependent on discussions with the UNW and our employees and the department to see if we can make this work. A little light at the end of the tunnel, but not yet. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions today are for the Premier. My first question is, will the Premier commit to an all-of-government response to Canada's first national infrastructure assessment engagement called Building the Canada We Want in 2050? And will the Premier commit to sharing the GNWT submission with Stand Committee?
Thank you, member for Kamloops. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, whenever we do any submissions to Canada for infrastructure projects, we try to do an all-of-government approach. Right now, currently, our departments are reviewing the Canada's engagement paper, and we'll be consolidating and submitting a formal response to that. But I do want to highlight as well is that's not the only chance that we get. This government has taken a strong stance in building partnerships, relationships with the federal government. Every chance we get, Mr. Speaker, we are lobbying the federal government to increase our infrastructure, not only the amount of infrastructure, but the cost of infrastructure for us. And we will continue that throughout this term. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Premier, oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the N.W.T's housing deficit, and given that the N.W.T has a large housing deficit and that housing is a priority of this government, will the Premier commit to highlighting housing within the engagement response to ensure we continue to move the housing needle in the N.W.T? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Housing was identified within our priorities at the beginning of this government. It's always been a priority of mine. Many colleagues around the table, housing was an issue for. I've heard housing over the last year and a half coming from the other side of the House constantly. The pandemic, actually, we didn't have enough housing before, and the pandemic brought it to the forefront that we don't have enough, and we're moving backwards instead of frontwards. So yes, absolutely, housing has become a priority for us. It's one of our main priorities. In fact, we're working on it. So not only are we bumping up the staff within the housing department, one position specifically to look at federal engagement and to look at our policies within the housing thing, we've also been working with our federal government. We've, earlier this year, the N.W.T proposed to the federal government to establish an intergovernmental working group of officials with Canada that would bring together all the players in housing, including Infrastructure Canada, Innovation Canada, Canor, Indian and Northern Affairs, Indigenous Services Canada, and CMHC. Now, this is kind of a new thing that we haven't tried before, but I am pleased to report, Mr. Speaker, that Canada is on board and has agreed to doing this working group with us. So we are, if we're all at the table and we're meeting with them regularly, I am hopeful that housing will be a priority in the N.W.T for the federal government as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, this engagement is about transformative technologies and thinking outside the box for what we want our communities to look like here in the Northwest Territories. How will the Premier ensure that departments integrate their approach to infrastructure? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said earlier, all departments get together and we talk about our infrastructure needs when we put in the request to Canada. It's various. It's not only on ideas like this, such as the public engagement on the National Infrastructure Assessment. We meet with them. In fact, through COVID, we're meeting with them every 2 weeks, usually with the Prime Minister and all premiers. At those tables, we talk about the deficits and the infrastructure needs. We search. Every minister here works on their infrastructure needs with the appropriate ministers. I carry those forward at the Premier's table. And we also look at ideas of when the federal budget just came out. We become as flexible as we can. We look at our needs and we look at their mandates and we try to make them work together so that Canada has a win and the N.W.T has a win. And that's what partnerships is, and that's about being flexible. And you need to be flexible when you're working in anywhere. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Premier. Oral questions. Final supplementary. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, case studies show that on the failures of infrastructure strategies, the focus is on governance and regulatory regimes that don't keep pace with technical and social capacity or our needs. One example of that, Mr. Speaker, here in the Northwest Territories is we can say we're sitting at all these tables and that we're partnering together and we're really working forward or moving forward in order to make change, but then we can't make policy changes at the basic levels of our departments to make people work together and make our policies work for the people of the Northwest Territories. So I'm wondering, how does the Premier intend to respond to transformative technologies with modern governance structures that allow us to evolve to the north we want to be? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not aware of the case studies that the member is speaking of, so I can't really speak on those studies per se. But what I can say, Mr. Speaker, is that the N.W.T has learned very quickly to be very flexible in technologies. Climate change is impacting the North more than any other jurisdiction in the world. So with climate change, we're looking at all of our infrastructure, our road builds, our housing projects, everything, and we bring those forward to the federal government all last. So we need to be flexible, Mr. Speaker, and we need to be aware of the impacts and the technologies that will help us to deal with the impacts. We've been doing that for many years because of climate change, and we will continue to do it as we move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Oral questions, member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister of Health explain to my constituents what does significant risk mean to her department? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this term is not defined in the legislation, and it is the judgment of the Chief Public Health Officer about what significant risk is. She is a medical doctor who uses resources from the public health community to determine significant risk, and she advises myself and others about what that risk is and how to mitigate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister explain to my constituents what does reasonable measures mean to her department? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm getting working over as a non-doctor, non-lawyer. So reasonable measures are those measures, as I understand it, that will mitigate the risk of disease and other unwanted outcomes of a public health emergency. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister confirm the basis for her decision to continually extend the public health emergency as relates to COVID? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, public health is about balancing the public health emergency and the risk to the public with the mitigation measures that reduce that risk. That is something that is an ongoing process. It's a judgment. It's based on science, but ultimately the Chief Public Health Officer has to try to strike that balance. And I heard my colleague, the Minister of Justice, say that they were involved in looking at that as well. What I recognize from my inbox today and most days recently is that people are not satisfied with that balance any longer. They feel that the mitigation measures are too harsh for the risks that are posed now by COVID, especially given the increased vaccination rate. And that's the reason that we are revising Emerging Wisely, or the CPHO is revising Emerging Wisely. We recognize that things have changed and we need to catch up. And so by this time next week, that document will be public and everyone will see how we've addressed that. And no doubt my inbox will fill up again. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister confirm if her department, with respect to the public health emergency and orders, is to only provide a rubber stamp with no discussion when the CPHO provides her direction? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the decision to renew is the Chief Public Health Officer's to provide, and I sign off on it. So the thing is that she advises me about what she thinks is necessary, and then I agree. Up to this point, I guess at some point I could disagree. But the point here is that the Chief Public Health Officer has sweeping power under the Public Health Act to to evaluate things like risk and reasonable measures, and to decide on what kind of public health orders would address those. And so the public health emergency comes out of that. And I am keen to see the public health emergency retired. And that is something that I hope that Emerging Wisely will point us in the direction of, so that we no longer have these states of emergency in place that continue month in and month out. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought you forgot me. Were you just favoring my colleague there? Mr. Speaker, in my member statement, this is a long, ongoing issue. This is something that I talked about even in my campaign. This is not something that's new, with the difference between locum nurses and indeterminate nurses, and the unfairness and how it creates this unhealthy workplace. When you're working with the people and you're having to have each other's back, and you get frustrated. So I think one of the first questions I have is, will the minister commit to having an NTHSSA hire an independent party to hear from nurses who are indeterminate, locum, do exit interviews with all healthcare staff, make that mandatory, and to report back to the staff that have put the information forward and to the NTHSSA on the findings, and then make it public so that this House and everyone else can hear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes that she is in fact unforgettable. And I do appreciate her advocacy always about nurses, and I'm alive to the issues around job satisfaction. They've been reported to me personally and reported publicly that there is dissatisfaction within the NTHSSA in some places about working conditions, compensation, and so on and so forth. I am very interested in hearing from the nurses. I can say that it is easier to retain a nurse than to find a nurse and get him or her to move here and take that job. We have an overall vacancy rate in the NTHSSA of about 17%. So anyone that we can keep rather than see out the door, this is a victory all around. So we have enshrined, in fact, that work in our mandate by saying that we would take measures to recruit and retain resident healthcare professionals in the time of this assembly. So I am going to commit to working with the department to gather the input of the nurses and to find out what we can do to understand why they do leave and whether there are things that we can do that would make their job satisfaction better. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I believe she is talking about me. Sorry, I messed up on my list. I'll put you on the top tomorrow. Top of the list. Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, I was talking about you, but that's okay. So will the minister also commit to, if we're going to do this kind of work and she's going to talk to her department, and hopefully that, the thing like I said in my statement, you're not going to bite the hand that feeds you, or, and so some nurses fear because, when you live in a smaller community and you're working with a tight group of people, you're all friends, and I managed the nursing units in Inuvik, and they were my friends. They were my colleagues, they were my staff, so there's how do you come forward and really say what you want to say when you can't do it anonymously? So I think that is one of the things that I would like a commitment, if they could come forward and do this anonymously so that their words can get on record as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand the point that the member is making, and I can commit that information collected will be reported in a way that can't be attributed to any individual. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the Minister. I think the nurses in the territory will be happy to be able to provide input into this. You know, and I feel like this is something that should happen sooner than later. When we come back after the session, it will be starting our third. We'll be going into our third year, right? Yeah, no, third. Or, yep, we've got 2 years done. Whoa, the pandemic has gotten to my brain. So we are going into our third year. So I would like this work to be done sooner than later, if possible, so that way we can actually try to meet that priority in this government. So will the Minister commit to that? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a new idea that the MLA is presenting today, so I can't really commit to how long will it take to make it operational and to provide the results to her. But I have committed to looking at some of the ideas that she raised that are, it seems to me, quite simple to implement, things like exit interviews and job satisfaction surveys and so on. So I will do my best to provide this information as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the last commitments that I would ask the Minister of is if her department has been working with N.W.T to see where if these concerns have been raised with them within, you know, and how the department can work with N.W.T to possibly get a lot of the information that's coming forward, and if that's just another commitment that I'd like to ask for today. Thank you.
Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes, Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you. The NTHSSA has a territorial nursing council, and they meet regularly with the Registered Nurses Association, and they seek their advice on all kinds of issues, including recruitment and retention. And you know, if we're going to develop ways in which to survey nurses about job satisfaction, we would certainly turn to them and ask their advice on that. I want to say as well that that nurses are unionized, they belong to the UNW, and they also have the option of pursuing their issues through the Union of Northern Workers, and we have a regular working group with the Union of Northern Workers where we hear the concerns that are brought forward and try to resolve them. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, I've been talking to a few constituents over the last few weeks and seeing it at home. We've been really having an increase in cancer. Stage 4. I hear a lot of stage 4 cancer in my constituents. I have people that are, you know, need a little bit of help here. Mr. Speaker, I'm asking the Minister if she could start doing again, I guess, pre-screening of cancer patients in the riding or across the N.W.T, if she can, for, you know, colorectal cancer, any kind of cancer, like that's higher rates in our territory. If that's possible, to start providing, I guess, checkups prior to being told you have stage 4 cancer. Our constituents need help, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Member for N.W.T, Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can't imagine a worse situation than being told that you have stage 4 cancer, and that's certainly something that we want to avoid at all costs. Screening is something we could do. We could certainly do more of it. We've tried new approaches, specifically with colorectal cancer. There's a FIT test. That's an acronym, and it's a self-administered test, and we've sent FIT tests out throughout the Beaufort Delta where there's a high incidence of colorectal cancer, and we had pretty good uptake on that. It's a very preliminary screening tool. There could be more sophisticated screening done, and we recognize that cancer rates in the N.W.T are high in some areas, and colorectal is one area where screening is very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, if we could get, I guess, work together with the Minister's office to start getting pre-screening for my constituents across the N.W.T. She said it, with colorectal cancer, lung cancer is most commonly diagnosed in women, and lung cancer we just need a little bit of help because our whole region, the Beaufort Delta, someone in someone's family is fighting cancer, and they need a little bit of help. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want, commitment from my minister to make sure that we could make a path forward to get tests done, pre-screening tests done sooner rather than later. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't have information to hand about how pre-screening is decided now in N.W.T, but I'm certainly willing to ask questions and understand how it's done, and to see whether there are ways in which we can make it more widely available, and get back to the member for N.W.T. Thank you.
Sure. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I brought up my member statement this past week in regards to travel, for medical travel, and this is a part of it. So somebody misses, this a chain effect, and if we could stop that would be good in regards to, I know our staff works hard, her staff works hard in regards to making sure the people are getting out there and getting served, but I really, there's got to be a way that we could work towards it again to make pre-screening, because we're losing a lot of people, a lot of good people that shouldn't be having to take that stage 4. And yesterday I just lost a friend, stage 4 cancer, and it really hurts. And when you're seeing it like that, and when we can try to make a difference, Mr. Speaker, we should try to make a path forward. Thank you.
Member for N.W.T. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry to hear about the member's friend. Unfortunately, all of us know people who have cancer or have had cancer and have lost people we love to it. It is very difficult. I'm interested in screening because it is a means of preventing further interventions by the health system. It's better quality of life for the patients themselves, and it's just better overall if we can provide prevention in the form of pre-screening rather than addressing problems when they get to such a severe stage. So that is something that I'm personally very interested in, and I'm willing to take up with respect to the member's questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Monsieur le Président, I have further questions for the Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment on the N.W.T Chamber of Mines COVID-19 Working Group. Can the Minister tell us whether there's a terms of reference for this group? And if so, could she table that in the House tomorrow? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe there is certainly there's some parameters around what the goals of the group would be, and I will make sure that we have something that I can bring forward to explain the goals and intent of the group. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that, and I look forward to the information being tabled in the House tomorrow. But I can tell the Minister I've reviewed the meeting summaries very closely, and there's things being discussed in there, including a workshop on the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, the Geoscience Forum, the Fraser Institute Rankings of Jurisdictions, the Chamber of Mines, City of Yellowknife Memorandum of Understanding, and many more items. So can the Minister tell me how these matters relate to economic recovery of the mining sector? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake, Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I managed to write down two of the items that were listed with respect to the Mackenzie Valley Land Water Board workshop. There was a workshop that was held. I believe it was hosted by the Land and Water Boards, and it was attended by, if I recall correctly, 100 or 150 different representatives from governments, from industry. You know, I'm not particularly surprised that they'd be talking about that, since both parties would have been in attendance at that. With respect to the Fraser Institute, that's an annual report that's put out. Some say, you know, again, you can say what you will about whether or not it is an accurate representation of our industry, or if perhaps we're doing better than they're saying that they are. The point is, it's an industry publication that is looked at by the industry. And again, in general, we haven't always done or fared as well as I would like to see us do. Again, not surprising that we'd want to look to the members of the industry who respond to that and say, what can we do to be better so that we can rank more highly? And again, Mr. Speaker, there was a number of items listed there. The point of these meetings at their core was to find areas of common ground. They are not entirely overlapping. There are going to be things that the Chamber of Mines raises that the government can say, thank you, we will take that away. And there are going to be items that may be of interest to the government to pursue that the Chamber of Mines say, go ahead, do as you will. That is the nature of tension between industry organizations and government that exists, whether I'm in the tourism sector, the agriculture sector, the fisheries sector, the film sector. It's a healthy tension, and it has to be there. So we should always, in my view, be having these conversations with the industry that we represent or that we work for to grow the economy. We are not run by them, but the conversations need to be had. So I'm happy to go through the other items on that list and ensure that, in fact, the conversations are clear, that the position of the government is made clear, and can do that whether that's one by one now or whether that's later with the member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that commitment to ensure that the scope of these meetings is confined to its original purpose. It appears, though, and I want to draw the attention of the Minister to one particular meeting that was held on November the 4th, 2020, and there was a discussion there of the mineral tenure relief package, and that certainly does have something to do with economic recovery. Information, though, shared appears to have included considerations in the decisions made by the Financial Management Board and Cabinet. Regular MLAs, we were not provided an opportunity for input into the relief package. Can the Minister explain whether the Chamber of Mines was provided with information on how the FMB and/or Cabinet made its decisions on this relief, and how that relates to Cabinet confidence? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have only scant notes in front of me, but I am confident that nothing that is confidential would have been shared. The meeting minutes simply are indicating that, in fact, although there were ongoing requests as to whether or not the minimal relief would be extended. This is, of course, just several months in, wondering what would be happening for the next year. The statement simply is that it has to go through Cabinet and FMB before such a decision is made. That is an appropriate response. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that response. I'm not aware of any other economic sector or non-governmental organization that has been able to have twice monthly meetings with senior officials for over a year with so little transparency and without other stakeholders or interests at the table. Can the Minister tell us whether any other economic sector or non-governmental organizations have bi-monthly lobbying meetings without any public scrutiny or other stakeholders at the table with her department? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Mr. Speaker, the Business Advisory Council certainly, once they got going, were meeting very regularly, I think at one point weekly, with representatives of the Department of ITI. But before the Business Advisory Council even existed, this group was put together as a working group to start to talk about economic recovery. At the tail end of the closure of, there was still a caddy, I think it was still closed at the time. It was clear that there was going to be a tremendous economic recovery. There was great fear and uncertainty, and so this group came together and said, what can we start to do right now? And they've continued to have regular meetings. As far as others, and setting aside the Business Advisory Council for the moment, I believe there are regular, if not weekly or bi-weekly meetings with N.W.T Tourism. That is another major sector that we have regular meetings with. And it's actually been my request that we start to have more regular meetings with the representatives out of the fishery sector, given the momentum that's behind the revitalization of the fish industry. So, again, Mr. Speaker, this is a sector that represents a third of our GDP. They are certainly spending more time developing a recovery plan because of the impact that it has on the economy, but that is by no means exclusive. And it certainly would be my hope that as we make the decisions about economic growth and about economic recovery, we are doing so in a way that is responsive to what is happening on the ground in the industry and in the business community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Colleagues, our time for oral questions has expired. Written questions, returns to written questions, replies to Commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, Minister responsible for the status of women.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document, the Annual Report on Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, June 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents, Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document, follow-up letter for oral question 520-19, brackets 2, client-focused integrated service delivery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Tabling of documents. Notices of motion. Motions. Member for Kamloops.
Mr. Speaker, whereas Section 2, brackets 1 of the Electoral Boundaries Commission Act prescribes that an Electoral Boundaries Commission be established within 2 years after the day fixed for the return of the writs of the 2015 general election, and whereas Section 2, brackets 2 of the Act requires that the Commission shall be composed of a chairperson and 2 other members appointed by the Commissioner on recommendation of the Legislative Assembly, and whereas the Legislative Assembly is prepared to make such recommendations, now therefore I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Nunavut Lake, that the Northwest Territories Electoral Boundaries Commission 2021 is hereby established. And further, that the Legislative Assembly recommends to the Commissioner of the Northwest Territories that the Honourable Ted Richard of Sydney, British Columbia be appointed chairperson, and Mr. Glenn Abernathy of Yellowknife, Northwest Territories, and Mr. Jack Rowe of Hay River, Northwest Territories be appointed members of the Northwest Territories Electoral Boundaries Commission 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Motions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whereas the Legislative Assembly has established and appointed members to the Northwest Territories Electoral Boundaries Commission 2021, and whereas Section 9, brackets K of the Electoral Boundaries Commission Act enables the Legislative Assembly to establish guidelines or criteria that shall be taken into consideration by the Commission, now therefore I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Nunavut Lake, that the following guidelines are set down for the Northwest Territories Electoral Boundaries Commission 2021. 1. The Commission shall review the existing electoral districts using the most recent and accurate census and other population data available. 2. In keeping with Canadian Constitutional Convention's relative parity between electoral districts shall be sought to the extent possible, except where special circumstances warrant exceptional deviation. 3. For greater certainty, relative parity means that the percentage variation between the number of persons in a riding and the average mean should be within plus or minus 25%. 4. In addition to whatever recommendations the Commission may propose, the Commission shall recommend how the electoral boundaries should be drawn if the Legislative Assembly were to be comprised of a minimum of 19 members. 5. The Commission shall prepare an interim report with proposed electoral district boundaries for review by the public and discussion at public hearings. 6. The Commission shall establish a website or other publicly accessible mechanisms in addition to public hearings to receive submissions on the existing and/or proposed boundaries. 7. All submissions to the Commission shall be considered public documents. 8. Simultaneous translation of official languages shall be available at public hearings where the use of an official language in a particular community or region is sizable enough to warrant the employ of translation services. 9. If the Commission is not in a position to accomplish its mandate within the existing budget allocated, it may return to the Legislative Assembly for additional funds. And 10. The final report of the Commission, complete with recommendations, shall be submitted in English and French to the Speaker and Clerk of the Legislative Assembly no later than 12 months after the Commission is struck. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Motions. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Inuvik-Boot Lake, that Bill 33, National Indigenous Peoples Day Act, be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Bill 33 has had first reading. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Minister of Finance.
Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Inuvik-Boot Lake, that Bill 34, Supplementary Appropriation Act, Infrastructure Expenditures Number 1, 2021-2022, be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Bill 34 has had first reading. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Minister responsible for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Inuvik-Boot Lake, that Bill 34, Supplementary Appropriation Act, Infrastructure Expenditures Number 1, 2021-2022, be read for the second time. This bill makes supplementary appropriations for infrastructure expenditures of the Government of the Northwest Territories for the 2021-2022 fiscal year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Motion is in order to the principle of the bill. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Bill 34 has had second reading. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration in Committee of the Whole of Bills and Other Matters. Bill 25, Committee Report 15-19 brackets 2, Committee Report 16-19 brackets 2, Minister's Statement 161-19 brackets 2, Table Document 412-19 brackets 2, Table Document 413-19 brackets 2. By the authority given to me as Speaker, I will allow going beyond the reasonable hours of the day. The member for Inuvik-Boot Lake's in the chair.
I now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of committee? Member for Frame Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Committee wishes to consider Bill 25, an act to amend the Education Act. Committee report, table document 412-19 brackets 2, supplementary estimates, operations expenditures number 1, 2021-2022. Committee report 15-19 bracket 2, report on the review of the Auditor General's 2020 audit of the early childhood to grade 12 education in the Northwest Territories. Committee report 16-19 bracket 2, report on housing phase 1, needs for N.W.T homeowners and private landlords. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member, does committee agree? Thank you. Committee will take a short recess and resume with the first item. I now call Committee of the Whole back to order. Committee, we've agreed to consider Bill 25, an act to amend the Education Act. I'll ask the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here today to present Bill 25, an act to amend the Education Act. This bill seeks to amend the Education Act to allow a term of office of 4 years for elected District Education Authority trustees in cases where a DEA's community government has a 4-year election cycle. Currently, only election cycles of 2 and 3 years for DEAs are permitted by the Act. The proposed amendment arises from the 2018 change in municipal election cycles in Yellowknife from 3 to 4-year terms of office for Mayor and Council. Bill 25 would allow the 2 Yellowknife DEAs, Yellowknife Catholic Schools and Yellowknife District Education No. 1, to move to a 4-year election cycle and realign their DEA elections with municipal elections starting in 2022. The amendment will also allow the 2 Yellowknife DEAs to hold interim elections for 1-year terms this fall, as the current 3-year terms of the DEA members ends in 2021. I am pleased to bring forward this amendment to support our education partners in ensuring the efficient administration of their board trustee elections. This concludes my opening remarks and would be pleased to answer any questions that members may have regarding Bill 25. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I will now turn to the Chair of the Standing Committee on Social Development, the committee that considered the bill, for opening comments. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Bill 25, an act to amend the Education Act, received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on March 30th, 2021, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development for review. On May 31st, 2021, the Standing Committee held a public hearing with the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment and completed its clause-by-clause review of the bill. I thank the committee for their efforts in reviewing this legislation, and individual members may have additional comments or questions at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister, would you like to bring witnesses into the chamber?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. Sergeant-at-Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Minister, please introduce your witnesses.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To your right is Mr. Mike Reddy, Director, Legislative Division, Department of Justice. And to your left, making her first appearance in the chamber, Megan Wahlberg, Director of Policy, Legislation and Communications for ECE. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you and welcome. I will now open the floor to general comments on Bill 25. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. First off, I guess I'd like to say that I've met a number of the Yellowknife MLAs have met with the district education authorities here in Yellowknife Catholic Schools, YK No. 1, and we knew about the situation of how their length of term for their boards was now out of sync with City Council. They requested that there be changes made to the Education Act to ensure that their term of office could be brought back in line again. Otherwise, they'd have to hold separate elections from what the City of Yellowknife does and incur extra expenses, which I'm sure we would all rather see spent on education. So certainly I supported that. I raised the issue in the House. I pushed it, earlier in this assembly, that this issue get dealt with. So I guess first off, I'd like to know from the Minister's staff what consultation was done with the 2 Yellowknife school boards. And for example, were they given a copy of the language in the bill? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was extensive consultation with the Yellowknife school boards. I've had numerous conversations with the chairs of those boards as well. As to the question of whether or not they were provided with the proposed language, I will hand it over to Ms. Wahlberg, but first I'll note that the consultation with education bodies and consultation in general, I think, is to figure out the what and not necessarily the how. And so when it comes down to the particulars of the words used in legislation, it's our job as the government to ensure that those words achieve the what that the school boards want. But I can pass it to Ms. Wahlberg for further information. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Ms. Wahlberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister. It's not my understanding that we provided the exact draft bill to the Yellowknife education bodies. However, we provided them with the plain language wording of it, and they agreed to what was provided, and we made sure that they fully understood the change in the wording and the way that it was impacting the amendments to the legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So here's what I said in the House on February the 4th, February the 6th, 2020 about these bills when I was asking questions to the Minister of Education. The situation for CSF-TNO, which is Commission Scolaire Francophone des Territoires du Nord-Ouest, which is the Francophone School Board, is different, as I mentioned in my statement, in that its commissaires represent two communities that now have different cycles for their municipal elections. So I raised the issue that CSF-TNO, based in the two communities, that there was an issue here, that wanted to make sure that whatever changes were going to be made to the Education Act would not adversely affect CSF-TNO. So can someone explain to me whether there was the same sort of consultation or consideration given to CSF-TNO development of this bill? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there was definitely consideration given to CSF-TNO and the effects that this bill would have on them, and it was our understanding that this bill would have no effect. And in fact, they expressed that they were in a different situation than the other school boards. They don't, they're in two communities and they don't align their elections with either municipality. They have a different way of conducting elections. They don't require the same voters list and enumeration and things like that. But as it turns out, there are regulations that under the Education Act that reference term lengths of other education bodies in education districts, and that is really a remnant of when the French First Language School Board was created. And so in an indirect way, these changes will affect the CSF-TNO. And again, we know what they want, and it's our job to ensure that that is ultimately achieved. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks to the Minister for that. So there is a problem then in that the regulations say that the length of term for CSF-TNO is tied to the district education authorities. And now we've got one, we will have, if this bill passes, length of term of office for the Hay River ones, for possibly the Hay River commissaires versus the Yellowknife commissaires for CSF-TNO. So how is this issue going to be fixed? And I'm curious to know why it wasn't discovered earlier. Thanks, Mr. Chair, or Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I've spoken with the chair of the CSF-TNO and informed him that there is this issue and that we will reach out as soon as this bill is passed and begin work on amending those regulations. And I've been assured that from the time that those consultations with the CSF-TNO are complete, and really the consultation is, do you want to remain with your 3-year term limit or do you want a 4-year term limit? Once we're done with that, within 2 weeks we can have new regulations drafted and likely in force. And the reason this wasn't discovered, well, I can take that one, that's on me. It is the Department of ECE and the Department of Justice's job to ensure that when we're putting forward regulations or changes to acts like this, that we fully consider every aspect, and this was overlooked. But and perhaps that if this was not discovered, it would have been overlooked for all eternity, and elections would have gone forward as normal, because It literally took the legendary tenacity of the member and along with a team of lawyers to really discover this. So it was something that we did overlook, and I take full responsibility. And I thank the member for his contribution. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Well, I'm happy to take compliments. You know, look, my objective here is not to embarrass or point fingers at anybody, but given the, how shall I put this, litigious relationship in the past between CSF-TNO and this government, and the extraordinary efforts I recognize that the current minister has undertaken to build a better working relationship with CSF-TNO. My objective here is to make sure that we continue to build that relationship, and that when we do these kinds of changes, it doesn't adversely affect the Francophone first language community rights holders and so on. And that's why I guess I'm tenacious about this, is I don't want this to end up in court again. And I, you know, look, full disclosure, our kids went to École Saint-Cyr. I'm a quarter French Canadian. My wife is a Francophone, and they're a vibrant part of our community, and we just want to make sure that their rights under the Constitution are recognized and implemented fully. So I accept what the minister said. I will hold his feet to the fire, though, in terms of getting this resolved quickly, because CSF-TNO does have elections scheduled this fall, and they would like to proceed with them. And as the minister said, basically the way they conduct their elections is to set up a ballot box in the foyer of the schools, and the the parents who are right holders under the Constitution can come in and cast their ballots right in the school. So it's different than what the school boards or the city, how they carry out their elections, but still democratic and all the rest. So I think we want to make sure that we work with them to get the solution that they want. I hear that from the minister, but I'll hold his feet to the fire. Thanks, Madam Chair. I think that's all I've got to say. And I do support our school boards in Yellowknife getting their elections back in sync, and in no way do I want this bill to be delayed. We owe it to them as well to fix this problem. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister, did you want to respond?
Thank you. I appreciate the member's comments.
Anything further? Questions, comments? Does the committee agree that there are no further general comments? We can proceed to a clause-by-clause review of the bill. Committee, we will defer the bill number and title until after consideration of the clauses. Please turn to page 1 of the bill. Clause 1. Does committee agree? Agree. Thank you. Clause 2. Does committee agree? Agree. Clause 3. Does committee agree? Agree. Committee, to the bill as a whole, does committee agree that Bill 25, an act to amend the Education Act, is now ready for third reading? Agree. Thank you, committee. Bill 25, an act to amend the Education Act, is now ready for third reading. Does the committee agree that this concludes the consideration of Bill 25, an act to amend the Education Act? Agree. Thank you, Minister, and thanks to our witnesses. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. Committee, we have agreed to consider table document 412-19-2, supplementary estimates operations expenditures number 1, 2021-2022. Does the Minister of Finance have any opening remarks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm here to present supplementary estimates operation expenditures number 1, 2021-2022. These supplementary estimates propose a total increase of $36.6 million, comprised of the following major items. First, $4.3 million for investments committed to as part of the 2021-22 main estimates process, including $600,000 to advance the Northwest Territories midwifery program into Phase 2 of its implementation, $1.4 million to support aftercare and community-based addictions programs and services, comprised of $750,000 for a community-based addictions and aftercare fund, $150,000 to fund the senior advisor to support Indigenous knowledge and wellness coordination, and $500,000 for additional community development activities. $935,000 to support efforts towards reducing poverty in the Northwest Territories. This includes $750,000 to the Anti-Poverty Fund, $110,000 to increase funding for the Roundtable Advisory Council, and $75,000 to increase core funding to the Hay River Shelter. $743,000 to pilot a new approach to assisting with improving cultural safety and patient experience, supporting Indigenous patients in having their concerns, complaints, and questions resolved, and bridging cultural and language barriers. $500,000 to increase the Child Care Infrastructure Fund, $100,000 to increase the Child and Family Services contribution. These investments will be offset by a reduction of $4.03 million to departmental travel budgets. Second, $14.8 million to support the Northwest Territories aviation sector. This funding request is partially offset by $12.5 million in revenues from the federal government. Third, $5.7 million to provide short-term relief to the Northwest Territories tourism operators and accommodation providers, two sectors that have been significantly impacted by the economic disruptions resulting due to the COVID-19 pandemic. $5 million to support community governments, small businesses, and Northwest Territories residents for costs incurred due to the 2021 flooding. And consistent with the disaster assistance policy and previous practice, the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs has established the Disaster Assistance Committee. This committee will establish a list of recoverable costs and the coordination of the recovery process. We do recognize that that process will take some time, and in the interim, the Departments of Finance and Municipal and Community Affairs will be working together on a process to ensure that there is advancement of some financial relief to residents. That concludes my opening remarks, Madam Chair, and I would be happy to answer any questions that the members might have.
Thank you, Minister. Do you wish to bring witnesses into the House?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Minister, please introduce your witnesses for the record.
Madam Chair, on the right is Jamie Cooey, he's Assistant ADM at the Department of Finance, and on the left is Terence Coutre, Director at the Management Board Secretariat.
Thank you, and welcome back. I will now open the floor for general comments. Member for Yellowknife North, Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Sometimes we all look alike. I want to start by thanking the Finance Minister for carrying through with a number of commitments she made as part of our budget negotiations on the main estimates back in the last sitting. So there's a number of new spending items in here to carry through with those commitments, and those are much appreciated. And I think they were mutually achieved by both sides of the House on behalf of all the residents of the N.W.T. One of the other areas, though, that we agreed upon was changes or reductions in travel expenditures. And I just want to confirm with the Minister that these reductions are to travel outside of the Northwest Territories for non-essential purposes. So if the Minister could maybe just talk a little bit about how the travel expenditures have been reduced across all the departments, that would be helpful for, I think, the public to understand that. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. And I do appreciate that the commitments that were made. I want to echo that, that really was a consensus government approach and was a very positive one for the people of the Northwest Territories. So I think the appreciation really does flow in both directions on all of those commitments. Madam Chair, with respect to the travel reductions, this was not a simple process and it was not a simple calculation. It was done in a way where the departments came forward, did an analysis of all of their travel spending in order to understand what of the various travel budgets is in the category of discretionary as opposed to non-discretionary. And certainly all of the travel that takes place for the purposes of advancing the initiatives and efforts and programs and services of various departments. Some of that, though, of course, has transitioned to being more online. Some of that is not going to be occurring because of various restrictions, outside of the territories as well as in the territories over travel. And so what they looked at was to determine, indeed, what type of travel is critically required, and generally that would, of course, be in the Northwest Territories, as opposed to the discretionary and certainly non-Northwest Territories travel. So it wasn't a blanket 20% across all. It was a 20% in the total budget, but applied differently to different departments depending on the needs. So for some departments, for example, Health and Social Services, their travel budgets might be not impacted the same way as, say, ITI, because of just the nature of the travel that gets undertaken in the course of a year. But it was done, again, the focus was on ensuring that Northwest Territories travel and essential travel for the delivery of programs and services was maintained. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake?
No, thanks, Madam Chair. That's good to hear, and I think important for the public to understand that. And it's one of the reasons why we couldn't make the reductions in the main estimates themselves, because we wanted to make sure that this was done carefully and thoughtfully. So I think it's fair to say that there's going to be a number or some concerns or questions around some of the other items in the supplementary appropriation, and we'll get to those items a little later this afternoon. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Are there any further general comments? Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think once we start opening up and going back to somewhat normal, I do not want to discourage travel. I think that face-to-face and some of these contacts that could have been made during these past 2 years with our new cabinet and premier must take place, and along with the MLAs on this side. It's extremely important that contact is of great value to any government, and I don't want to lose sight of that when you start deducting all travel. Okay, because I mean there has to be some travel. There's things that we expect the ITI minister to go to. We expect the education minister to expand his horizons. If we're going to be doing these kind of things, we can't limit everything. Okay, it's at the discretion of how the travel is going to be done. And I just want to make that comment because I'm not one to tie hands and do all these things, because I'm one about vision, improving government, face to face. You don't get the same thing on Zoom. I don't care how many times you go on Zoom, you don't get it. So those are my just a comment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Tabacha. Minister of Finance, do you have
Chair, yeah, Madam Chair, I'm certainly somewhat zoomed out myself, and I can say, I do think, Madam Chair, that every department does still have a travel budget, and I appreciate the comments. There will be some business, I suspect FPTs, for example, the federal, provincial, territorial meetings that we often attend, where those may be slower to open up because there's so many different travel restrictions across Canada. Whereas perhaps other areas of travel will be faster to open up. And I certainly say that I think I can probably safely speak for every colleague here that there's no replacing of face-to-face, and if we needed reminders, the Zoom experience has probably taught us all that. But at the same time, there's more that can happen online as well. So we're going to be spending the next year, no doubt, seeing how that balance unfolds, and then probably over the coming years as well. So there's still travel money in every department. It was just that it wasn't necessarily a blanket 20%. There really was effort to look at what is spent where and by and for what purpose. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tabacha.
Well, Madam Chair, I just want to make sure that no hands are tied. You know, once we get to a new normal, and it won't be the same as before, nothing's going to be the same. But I want to make sure that this government is able to operate in a very, with a new vision of reaching out and making sure that they have the opportunity to learn and to see different things and have that face-to-face contact, including not all members in this assembly. Restricting travel and think you're going to save a dime and in the end you end up spending more on something else is not okay. If you're going to move ahead in the economy and in business and in anything else, you have to be able to have that contact. You know, you should be able to just click of and you know who to phone. I mean, some of them have it already, but that face-to-face is missing here. And I'm not, you know, some of my colleagues always talk about Zoom and all this other thing about online and stuff. I'm not with that. I get my job done by being face-to-face. I'd like to know the reactions. I'd like to know all those things. And it's very important in leadership. Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any other comments.
Thank you, Member for Tabacha. Minister of Finance.
Chair, there are department staff watching these proceedings, and I think the comments will be well taken. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it's always interesting to be on this side and see how things function. And one of the new things to me was, I think I mentioned last time, the negotiation that happens between Cabinet and the regular members. So I too want to thank the Minister for participating in that. And actually, I believe it went fairly smoothly from what I heard feedback on. And also, just in that, I want to say thank you to specifically for the anti-poverty funding money. Instead of bringing it up when we get to that section, I'll just speak generally now. It's really important to me that we see more money going into the hands of our NGOs. They are filling the gaps in services that we aren't able to provide as COVID changes our landscape. So for me, I think that it's always important because NGOs will always stretch their money more. And I know I'm saying things that I see the Premier nodding and such because this is their area, but yeah, they'll always do more with their money than I believe the government will. So for me, I just really wanted to specifically speak and say thank you for the money for the anti-poverty fund. And so now we just have to work on making sure that money gets out the door easily with as little red tape as possible. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Minister, did you have any comments?
Chair, that it is actually a good example of where I think members identified an area of issue and an area of concern. We're able to come and put some faith and some trust in the department to look at and say, what can we do to address your concern? And then there was this discussion. So these are all good examples of how that process can and should work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Any further questions, comments? Seeing no further general comments, we will review the supplementary estimates by department. The committee has agreed to forego general comments on each department. Does the committee agree to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? Committee has agreed to begin the review with the Department of Education, Culture and Employment. Does committee agreed to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? Okay, we will begin with Department of Education, Culture and Employment on page 4. Supplementary estimates, operating expenditures number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Education, Culture and Employment, Culture, Heritage and Language not previously authorized, $27,000. Does committee agree? Agree. Thank you. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Education, Culture and Employment, Early Learning and Childcare not previously authorized, $451,000. Does committee agree? Agree. Supplementary estimates, sorry, Okay. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try and keep my comments brief, considering we already agreed to this. Very happy to see the childcare infrastructure fund. This is much needed money. I believe, though, we need something like $20 million to make up our infrastructure deficit to get required to a place where all our communities have childcare. And I know the previous fund was oversubscribed, and I'm hoping we can get this money out the door very quickly, and I know the department will do that. I guess I'm just looking for, I know some of the previous applications didn't quite meet the criteria or didn't necessarily get funding, and there's a very large demand in this area. I'm just looking for a commitment that we'll reach out to those people who had previously applied for this fund and, work with them to continue applications for the top-up here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, I think that's a question for the Minister of Education.
Minister of ECNI.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This money is long gone. It's out the door. And there are discussions between, between ECE, people in the regions, people at headquarters, and communities who require infrastructure. And so, if a project wasn't successful for whatever reason, there are those conversations that have happened. So that work is definitely being done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
No, I guess we'll just have to top it up again. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. All right, let's do this again. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Education, Culture and Employment, Early Learning and Childcare, not previously authorized, $451,000. Does committee agree? Agreed. Supplementary estimates, operations expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Education, Culture and Employment, Junior Kindergarten to Grade 12, School Services, not previously authorized, $2,744,000. Does committee agree? Agreed. Supplementary estimates, operations expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Education, Culture and Employment, Labor Development and Advanced Education, not previously authorized, negative $96,000. Does committee agree? Agreed. Thank you. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Education, Culture and Employment, total department not previously authorized, $3,126,000. Does committee agree? Agreed. Thank you. Committee, we will now consider the Department of Environment and Natural Resources on page 5. Supplementary estimate, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022 main estimates, Department of Environment and Natural Resources, corporate management not previously authorized, negative $44,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Supplementary estimate, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Environment Protection and Waste Management, not previously authorized, and negative $18,000. Does committee agree? Agreed. Thank you. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Environment Stewardship and Climate Change, not previously authorized, $939,000. Does committee agree? Agreed. Supplementary estimate, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Forest Management, not previously authorized, $1,328,000. Does committee agree? Agreed. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Water Management and Monitoring, not previously authorized, negative $39,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Environment and Natural Resource, Wildlife and Fish, not previously authorized, $163,000. Does committee agree? Oh, member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yes, one of the items here is $300,000 for the Barren Ground Caribou Calving Survey. Given that it's June 3rd, I think this work might even be underway right now, but I'd like to get some confirmation from the Minister about the status of this work. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, there's no way I'd have let this one pass by without hearing from the Minister of ENR on this one, please.
Thank you. Minister of ENR.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The work started Monday. The people are out there. We were able to work with the Hamilton Copper Mine, getting permission from the Nunavut government and their CPHO and the municipality. So we have the workers out, or the people out there surveying heard presently. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. That's great to hear, because I know one of the reasons why it's here again is because the work couldn't be done last summer with COVID restrictions. So can the Minister tell us when the department expects to have the survey results available to us as MLAs and for the public? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of ENR.
Thank you. My understanding, with all the data and that, we're hoping to have it at the end of the summer, but I will get back confirmation with that to committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. And the reason why this is so important, it was the last time the survey was down, the herd was down to 8,200 animals compared to a high of almost 400,000. So this is a critical piece of information we need to make the best possible decisions about that area, including whether we should be building roads or not. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Oh, sorry. I didn't know if it was coming to me or... yeah, we making sure that data it's critical. That's why we were able to work with the Nunavut government and the Hamilton Copper Mine to get the survey done. And unfortunately, because of COVID, hit us last year, but we're able to start continuing to manage our survey moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's my understanding, just reading, that this is just the money being brought forward to pay for the project that didn't happen last year. However, because COVID has happened and we do have additional expenses and such, do we anticipate that you can still do that the department can still do the caribou survey for the same costing as they had originally budgeted, or do we think we'll have to come back later on for more money for this work? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
I have not given any indication that this is going to be, that the project scope or that the budget needed to change. So for the time being, the project budget is the same.
Yep. All right. Any further questions, comments? Seeing none, we'll call the page. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures. Number 1, 2022, Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Wildlife and fish not previously authorized, $163,000. Does committee agree? Agree. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Environment and Natural Resource, total department not previously authorized, $2,239,000. Does committee agree? Nope. Sorry? Oh, sorry. Total department. Environment and Natural Resource, total department. Total department, $2,329,000. Oh, it's written wrong on here, that's why. Sorry. Thank you. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Environment and Natural Resource, total department not previously authorized, $2,329,000. Does committee agree? Sorry about that. Committee, we will now consider the Department of Executive and Indigenous Affairs on page 7. Supplementary estimate operation expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Executive Indigenous Affairs, Cabinet support not previously authorized, negative $45,000. Does committee agree? Oh, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to make a comment that this is the Department of Executive Indigenous Affairs almost having their travel budget, and when I look at the few $1 million we took out the N.W.T travel budget and what it's paying for, investments in mental health and wellness, investments in the poverty fund, I think this is great work, and I think it was this cabinet leading by example. And I know we've had no controversy about ministers, MLAs, and senior management traveling, but I just commend this cabinet. They've made lots of sacrifices, and it hasn't been an easy year, and you didn't get to go to Vancouver or Calgary or Ottawa or all the other places that ministers usually get a lot of flack for. So this is by far the biggest proportional cut to any travel budget. It's executive leading the way, so hats off. Thank you.
All right. Any further questions, comments? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Executive and Indigenous Affairs, Cabinet support not previously authorized, negative $45,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Executive and Indigenous Affairs Directorate, not previously authorized, negative $105,000. Does committee agree? Okay. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Executive and Indigenous Affairs Executive Council offices not previously authorized, negative $313,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Executive and Indigenous Affairs and Intergovernmental Affairs not previously authorized, negative $91,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Executive and Indigenous Affairs total department not previously authorized, negative $554,000. Does committee agree? Committee, we will now consider the Department of Finance on page 8. Supplementary estimates, number 1, operation expenditures, Department of Finance, Directorate, not previously authorized, negative $133,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, number 1, operation expenditures, 2021-2022, Department of Finance, Human Resources, not previously authorized, negative $116,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, number 1, operation expenditures, 2021-2022, Department of Finance, Information Shared Services, not previously authorized, negative $50,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 1, Department of Finance, Management Board Secretariat, not previously authorized, $15,882,000. Does committee agree? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, there's a large item here, almost $15 million support for the N.W.T aviation industry. I understand that most of this money comes from the federal government, but can someone explain to us how this money is allocated amongst various airlines that operate in the Northwest Territories? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Madam Chair, yes, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to provide that. And let's see if I have it. Madam Chair, I wonder if perhaps, I'm happy to read it out here if the purpose is to have that put on the record. The listing is fairly lengthy, so just to confirm, I'm happy to provide it to committee, or I'm sorry, to the House, or to table it even, perhaps that might be more efficient, or I can read it out, just to confirm, please.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Rather than gobble up our valuable time, I'd rather have the Minister table it, but if someone could explain generally how the allocations are made, I think that's what I'm looking for. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I do actually have Mr. Cooey was the lead on this, so I'll have him perhaps just describe the process that was used, please.
Thank you. Mr. Cooey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try not to get too accountant specific on my response here, but since this is the third round of the aviation funding, we've had some pretty good dialogue with all the airlines. Actually, it's been pretty transparent on both ends, but we do ask for all their financial information from their revenue and expenditure projections, so their income statements, their cash flow statements, and their balance sheets. So we have a good understanding of their entire organization and how they operate. From there, we specifically earmark some time to meet with each airline and go through all their financial statements and ask our questions to do our due diligence to fully understand their operations and their pressures and how they're evolving as the pandemic has evolved. From there, we do a calculation, what we call a gross margin approach. So just looking at kind of their revenues and their variable expenses, and what we're looking at here is kind of just the cost to operate, the essential flights that they are undertaking within the Northwest Territories to ensure that supplies and patients and people can move around the territory. So once we do that calculation, we kind of apply that calculation to the overall funding that's available to come down to a breakdown of the funding for each airline. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I noticed that one of the stories on CBC today is that Air Canada used $10 million of this sort of funding to pay bonuses to its senior executives. Is any of this money that is being given out, is it being used for the same sort of purposes here? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I saw that story too, and I saw it. I think the headline actually was that the airlines got a bit of a tongue lashing from one of my federal colleagues, if I might. So, and no, to be short, the contribution agreement that we have in place that has to be signed by the recipients by the recipient airlines that are receiving this funding are not to be using that for the payment of any sort of bonuses or dividend payments. It is really meant to be provided for solely to provide essential air services. There is a holdback provision in the contribution agreement as well, so that we are expected to report back into the Department of Finance so that the officials in the Department of Finance can review their financial information and indeed confirm that they have abided by all of what is in the contribution agreement. And this is our third go-around. I think the arrangements with the federal airlines are fairly different. This is our third go now. As Mr. Cooey has indicated, there's a good relationship. They're certainly familiar with the information that they are receiving from the airlines, even if each one of them may structure their financial affairs differently. At this point, we've now had 3 times now gone through them, and 3 opportunities to review and be familiar with what it is that how it is that they're structuring their operations. So, fairly able to look at the materials, and I'm confident that indeed they are performing as they are expected to under their contribution agreements. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. That's good to hear that the money's going to be used to actually maintain services rather than pay bonuses or shareholders. Can someone tell me what the compliance record is? Have there been instances where the contribution agreements have been not complied with, and I don't need to know names, and I wouldn't expect that names would be revealed, but have there been any compliance problems with the contribution agreements? And if so, what was have they been resolved? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, and I just wanted to say I was flipping through the contribution agreement trying to find the specific section, but just at the risk of repeating, it is quite clear that it is there is not to be any dividend payments, share buybacks, shareholder distributions, any management bonuses relevant to the term of the agreement. So, I mean, there is no lack of clarity that this funding is not meant to be for those purposes, board member salaries or parent corporations to a third party, etc. So it is quite clear. I do not believe there have been any challenges in terms of any of the airlines meeting the requirements. Again, let me get that confirmation from Mr. Cooey. I agree with the member, this is important.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Cooey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, we haven't had any compliance issues to date. As I said, we do have a very open dialogue with them. So if an airline thinks there's something that is close to the definition, they usually contact us, and we have that conversation to whether it's allowable under the agreement or not. And again, through that dialogue, we have no compliance issues to date. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member.
Thanks, Madam Chair. It's my understanding that at least one of the airlines, I'll name them, Canadian North, does receive financial assistance from other jurisdictions, possibly in Nunavut, possibly federal. How is that factored into the calculations in their financial situation when we have to decide how we're going to allocate our funding as well? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, so I think it is only Canadian North, if I'm not mistaken, that is of a size that it would be receiving funding from other jurisdictions. They have to report all of their receipts, all of their revenue sources to the Department of Finance. But again, the funding that we are distributing to them, this is mainly a federal program. The amount that they get from the federal government is for the wage subsidy program. So it is not business relief. It is not relief to assist them in their maintaining of their operations, of their fleet, of the costs associated. Otherwise, it is really, they're two separate things. They also do receive money from the government of Nunavut, which also, again, does get reported to us. But Nunavut is funding for the flights and the routes and the scheduled flights that are within Nunavut, and we are funding for operations that are here within the Northwest Territories. So the information is available and it's factored into revenues, but again, the funding that is given to in both cases is meant to be directed to maintain scheduled services in our respective territories. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Appreciate that. I have one other area I want to turn to, and it's one of my favorites, the Northwest Territories Wage Top-Up Program. So there's money in here. It looks like it's being offset by Government of Canada. When is this program going to run out in the Northwest Territories, and what happens afterwards? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, the wage top-up program, you might recall, was originally when some essential workers, particularly in southern jurisdictions, were not necessarily returning to work or not making themselves available at their workplaces because of the risks associated at the time with COVID-19, and the option was to go on to the various relief programs. So this was an opportunity to try to encourage people to go back into those workplaces that were highly needed. Our wages being what they are in the Northwest Territories was such that, and the fact that a lot of essential workers are government employees, we were able to top up everybody and bring everyone up to an $18 an hour rate. And again, our wages being what they were, that money was simply not getting spent such that we continued to have funds available. And we have the ability, Canada has allowed the Northwest Territories to be flexible in the application of the program. Right now, we are going to let the program go until August 31st, 2021, and if there's any additional funds required, we would be funding it from within the Department of Finance. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I appreciate that. So August 31st. The problem is, of course, some people are going to see their wages go down the very next day, September 1st, to our minimum wage, which, if I remember, is $15.10. 25 cents. Anyways, they're going to see a substantial drop in their wages. I've identified this as a problem. We don't seem to have a high enough minimum wage here. Talked about guaranteed basic income, but there doesn't seem to be a lot of appetite on the other side for this. So I just think this is unfair for our workers when this program runs out, and we need to figure out a way to assist them and do something better. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister, did you have anything final? Any further questions, comments? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How much have we given Canadian North to date, and including this top up here? Thank you.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Madam Chair, to date, Canadian North has received total contributions of $21 million and $21,372,000.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know N.W.T's number is somewhere upward of $40 million as well, and just recently in the legislature, a couple of the MLAs there said it was a missed opportunity not to take an equity stake given the amount of money they had actually given the Air North by then. I know the Canadian government took 6% equity stake in Air Canada with part of their bailout. At any point, were there any conversations, or did we consider taking an equity stake in Canadian North?
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No such conversations were had with me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess, the first couple bailouts, I get their main concern is insolvency and keeping these essential routes open, but we're getting to the point where the government is clearly propping up these airlines, and I think some larger conversations have to happen about whether we're just going to keep pouring money into them without getting a seat at the shareholder table. And that was very much the Minister of Finance Federally's point in taking 6% of Air Canada as part of their bailout to make sure that they're at the shareholder table and they have an input on continued operations. And they get access to things such as when Air Canada, pays all of its executives $10 million in bonuses. And I want to make sure that we have similar access and the department's doing its job with Canadian North. But I've heard the minister here that there's a holdback and we will be diligent. I guess my other area hopeful is with the Yukon travel bubble now emerging, Canadian North and Air North, the Yukon's airline, code share a route, Yellowknife to the Whitehorse. Has there been any talks in giving them this further millions of dollars to reinstate that route from Yellowknife to Whitehorse?
Minister?
Madam Chair, and just quick reminder, of course, and I know it's easy to lose sight of the fact that the vast bulk of the airline funding is coming from the federal government, and I'm not sure that they are prepared to fund us to take an equity stake in a local airline. And again, the conversation hasn't been had, Madam Chair, to be quite clear. As far as adding routes, the funding that is being made available is to support the existing and really the essential services routes in terms of moving supplies and moving people within the territory and south. Right now, this is our only route to the south, so all of supplies, any travel, particularly medical travel, is reliant on this. A new route would certainly, I don't know what kind of analysis Canadian North would need to do to determine the costs of adding that new route. And I anticipate that for them to do that may well change the financial information that they are providing to us, which would then change the determination of what they would be entitled to under the approach we've taken with the entirety of the system. So, I, as much as anyone else, would love to get on an airplane and go just about anywhere right now. So, I'm sure some conversations can be had around what that would look like and whether it would be possible, but it certainly hasn't happened to date, because to date it was a matter of getting the funding to flow to maintain the routes that we have, and I think it's easy to commit them to say that we can try and look into that between now and hopefully I think there should be a fourth line of funding. We'll see how that unfolds with the federal government, and if that's the case, then before we get there, let's we can at least look into it at that point and see what the appetite there might be.
Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I appreciate that. I think, there's probably some goodwill after you give the airlines millions of dollars to, and I'm not asking for a new route, I'm asking for the return of the, sorry, there's too many Norths, the Air North and Canadian North code-shared route, Yellowknife to Whitehorse. And, I've heard some rumors that if the travel bubble gets going, that they may be willing to do that themselves. So just a commitment that the Minister of Finance will reach out to those airlines about the possibility of that happening. I think it'd be a win for us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to make that commitment. Again, I'm not sure if it'll qualify as an essential route unless we can describe our mental health as an essential service to Whitehorse, Madam Chair. But there's certainly no harm in asking what it would entail to bring it back, and if there's anything to be done, I'll bring it back to the House to let people know. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North. Anything further? No. Okay. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Finance Management Board Secretariat, not previously authorized, $15,882,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimate, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Finance, Office of the Comptroller General, not previously authorized, negative $233,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Finance, total department, not previously authorized, $15,350,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, we will now consider the Department of Health and Social Services on page 9. It's a good page. Committee, we will now page 9. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Health and Social Services, Administrative and Support Services, not previously authorized, $279,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Health and Social Services, not previously authorized, $4,548,000. Does committee agree? Oh, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's $100,000 to the Child and Family Services contribution here. I believe the word contribution clarifies this, but this is not, the $40 million budget of Child and Family Services. This will be given to the Foster Family Coalition to support foster families through a contribution agreement. Is that correct?
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair.
For Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I just am very excited to see the $750,000 towards the anti-poverty fund. I think we all support, helping NGOs through this time and trying to, ultimately end poverty in the Northwest Territories. But I know there's been some concerns in the past that the anti-poverty fund doesn't necessarily address the systemic issues of poverty. Can I just get an update on, I believe there's a review underway, or whether there will be any changes to how we disperse the money under the anti-poverty fund, seeing this $750,000 added. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, if I could direct this to the Minister of Health and Social Services, please.
Minister of Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you. We're not talking about systemic level funding here. We're talking about Band-Aids. They're important, but they are temporary solutions primarily for food related wants. To end poverty, meaning adequate housing, food, and every other kind of indicator would require hundreds of millions of dollars. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Perhaps I'll save debate on the cost of ending poverty for another time. I just hope that the fund has some clear aims to be used for that. There's $591,000 here for the phase 2 of the N.W.T's midwifery program. Can I just get a confirmation on when we expect those positions to actually be hired? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you for that question. I do not have a time that I can relay to you. It is difficult to recruit midwives, and recruitment efforts will begin shortly, but there's no guarantee that that will result in having someone here in a time that I can provide to you right now. I can just say we have the money, we're going to go and recruit. We recognize this is a difficult area to recruit in. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want, clarification on the funding for the Hay River shelter. Can you confirm if that's for there was 2 shelters there. There was a day shelter and a night shelter. And can you just confirm which one this is targeting? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you for that question. The answer is it's for the day shelter. The Health and Social Services Department does not provide overnight shelter funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that funding, is that going to be, for a fiscal year, our fiscal year? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, that's my understanding, but I do know that we have subsequently received a proposal from the Soaring Eagle Friendship Centre around sheltering services. So that was the intention when this was negotiated in March, but things may change yet.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
And I just want, it's confirmed to me that the 75,000 is expected to be in fact ongoing.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just wondering if it was, for 12 months, because that, there's approximately 10 to 12 people, or maybe a few more that use that day shelter. So that works out to about $17 per person per day. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'll leave that as comment. Yep. Any further questions, comments under the Health and Social Services programs? Okay, I'll call that one. Supplementary Estimates Operation Expenditures number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Health and Social Services, not previously authorized, $4,548,000. Does committee agree? Okay. Committee, we are going to take a short recess.
call this meeting back to order. We are going to continue with under the Department of Health and Social Services. Okay, so we are at supplementary estimates, operation expenditures number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Health and Social Services, long-term and continuing care services not previously authorized, negative $13,000. Does committee agree? Agree. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Health and Social Services, total department not previously authorized, $4,814,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, we will now consider the Department of Industry, Tourism, Investment on page 12. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures number 1, Department of Industry, Tourism, and Investment, corporate management, not previously authorized, negative $76,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures number 1, Department of Industry, Tourism, Investment, Economic Diversification and Business Support, not previously authorized, $630,000. Does committee agree? Agree. Supplementary estimates number 1, operation expenditures 2021-2022, Department of Industry, Tourism, Investment, Minerals and Petroleum Resources, negative $296,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Industry, Tourism, Investment, Tourism and Parks not previously authorized, $5,622,000. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first question is of the $5,700,000 in new tourism relief funding. Is any of this federal money? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The two programs to support the tourism industry, these are both, those two programs are both N.W.T funded, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, if I might, I'm sorry to do this, but we'll need to just double check the numbers you read on the last one for the sake of the record, but I don't want to take the member's time away on that one, the 118.
Okay, well, I'll just finish this one and we'll go back. How's that? All right, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'll start with the one for licensed tourism operators, $2.5 million. Glad to see this. I think tourism bailout or assisting our tourism operators is much needed funding, and I'm glad to see the N.W.T do this of their own initiative. I think to date we've been waiting on a lot of federal programs, and these are designed to kind of fill some of those gaps. So I'm going to vote in favor of the money. I just have some questions about how it will be spent. Of the $2.5 million for tourism operators, how much of that do we expect to go to northern tourism operators versus those who are based in the south? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, yes, while we were in the past relying predominantly on federal programs, the benefit of that is that we were able to gather quite a bit of data around the number of operators who were accessing the funds, for relief funds in the last year. There are operators in the Northwest Territories, about 70% that have been so far receiving relief funding. Operators located outside, about 30% or 17 operators. But that said, Madam Chair, I do want to highlight that although the operator's sort of base or owner might be located elsewhere, the costs and the funds are meant to be costs that are directed primarily for for activities and facilities here within the Northwest Territories. So rent or mortgages here at facilities in the Northwest Territories, utilities here in the Northwest Territories of that nature. So that again, the intent is to have the primary focus being costs incurred within the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm happy to hear that 70% of it will go to northern tourism operators. I guess it's that remaining 30%. And there's a debate here. You know, N.W.T tourism, many of its members' operations are not based in the south, or not based in the N.W.T. They're based in the south, and they fly clients in. And I get that the money can be spent here, but it doesn't always get circulated in the N.W.T economy, especially not in the way that a northern tourism operator does. And when I look at, you know, a lot of the other ITI programs, they require you to be northern-owned companies. They require 50% ownership. There's a number of different ways you can make sure that, you know, there's some definition of northern business. Why did we not do that for this program? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, so sorry, and I apologize. I was actually looking for my detailed notes, really from ITI, as the member was raising the concern. And the reason I wanted to do that in hearing where the concern was going was to be able to provide the assurance around the structure of the program. You know, we had some helpful information back from the committee around how to ensure that this money is indeed circulating to Northwest Territories. Residents and businesses, and spending time here. The general approach to ITI programming isn't a residency approach, but in general we do want to ensure that that the money is circulating in the Northwest Territories. So, for instance, here there is a requirement that the applicant have a physical address here in the Northwest Territories, a Northwest Territories tourism operator license, that they're registered here. If applicable with the Business Corporations Act, that they are paying income tax here. And as I said again, the direction discretionarily is that it is meant to be money that is staying with the operations here in the territories and focusing on that. And so while the ownership might reside somewhere else, the purpose of the funding is to ensure that the tourism infrastructure and the tourism industry in the Northwest Territories stays healthy and stays diverse and stays vibrant. And that's really the goal here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, glad to hear that. I think it's much needed for a lot of our tourism operators who are facing another very uncertain year about whether they will have any tourism. I want to move on to the support for tourism and accommodation relief program, the STAR program, which is $3.2 million for hotels and accommodations. I guess I also have similar concerns for this, in that the vast majority of hotel rooms in the N.W.T are in Yellowknife. The majority of those hotel rooms are owned by very large hotel chains who, certainly do not reside or are not owned by Northerners. And I guess this is just another one of those funds that do we have a sense of how much of this would go to Northern-owned businesses as opposed to Southern-owned businesses? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, Madam Chair, in this case, again, I can certainly provide a breakdown of the totality of the accommodation sector in the Northwest Territories, because again, because there have been various relief programs operating, and we had good cooperation from our federal partners who are administering a lot of those. We have the information around what the sector looks like. And what I can say is that they've looked really, again, at the rooms available and the reduction in the capacity that's been filled over the last year. And this subsidy is meant to help all of the accommodation providers that are in the Northwest Territories keep those rooms available at a break-even point. So the system has been designed, or the STAR has been designed such that it's a contribution to bring them up to a point of breaking even with their fixed costs here, so that these facilities, these accommodations facilities in the tourism industry, are ready and available and still open and alive when the time comes to start to receive hopefully more tourism, firstly by staycations ideally, but realistically looking at when the restrictions start to and continue to ease. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess just stepping back, a number of jurisdictions have provided rebates for staycations, where if you go on, a staycation in your territory, then you send in your receipts, and the government gives you a 20% or some percent rebate. And the reason I like this model is it encourages tourism within the territory. It encourages, some competition to still remain in the market, so that we're not just subsidizing people who have essentially shuttered their doors to a break-even point. It allows operators to actually exist with some revenue. And I guess my preference would be that, of the $5.7 million of our own money, we would have distributed in that way that actually caused people to, go experience tourism operators. Can I just get a sense of whether the department has considered that model? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, that certainly was considered, and it may well have been considered after the suggestion, I think, might have been made by some of the members in the House. I would point out a couple of things. One, and it was considered as with the Department of Finance as well as the Department of ITI to really look at what kind of bang we can get for our buck. I certainly want to encourage staycations. I know that some of the chambers are undertaking initiatives to promote staycations and promote local spending. They did that last year, and I think quite successfully, and certainly had some support from the government to do that. With respect, though, to ensuring that the sector itself stays alive, we ultimately made the decision that getting funds that continue to provide the relief amounts so that they could hit the break-even point or maintain their fixed cost was the better way of ensuring the goal, which was to keep the sector afloat. And while, because again, certainly staycations helped last year, that alone would not keep the sector afloat, so that they are going to need some direct infusions of dollars. At the same time, trying to encourage staycationing through marketing and through other, so again, some of the initiatives at the Chamber around awards, et cetera. The one other thing I would note for folks to remember is that the federal government, it didn't get a lot of fanfare, but they certainly did change some of the tax rules for northern travel, and staycations do qualify. So for everyone who was, very disappointed not to be able to maximize their tax deductions under the travel, that is now available. So please take your staycations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think we've got a document problem, and you're reading numbers from the table document, but members are working from a different. There's a couple of travel figures that seem to have been flipped.
Maybe we'll take a short recess and we'll just kind of look at what we need to fix here. Call Committee of the Whole back to order. And I'm going to give it to Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it's come to our attention there might have been a number written incorrectly on the materials that are tabled. So in order to avoid any confusion and ensure that we are accurate, I would like to make a motion that supplementary estimates to operation expenditures number 1, 2021-2022 be amended by changing the line under Industry, Tourism and Investment, Economic Diversification and Business Support, amount not previously authorized, that this be changed to $450,000. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstention? Motion is carried. Minister of Finance.
Chair, one further correction in the same vein. I move that supplementary estimates operation expenditures number 1, 2021-2022 be amended by changing under Industry, Tourism and Investment, Minerals and Petroleum Resources activity not previously authorized to negative $118,000. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. We will now go back to supplementary estimates. Number 1, operation expenditures. 2021-2022, Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment. For the Department of Economic Diversification and Business Support, not previously authorized, $452,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. The next one we'll go back to is supplementary estimates operation expenditures number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment, Mineral and Petroleum Resources, not previously authorized. Negative $118,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Supplementary estimates operation expenditures number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment, Tourism and Parks, not previously authorized, $5,622,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Supplementary estimates operating expenditures number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment, total department not previously authorized, $5,880,000. Does committee agree? Okay. Committee, we will now consider the Department of Infrastructure on page 13. Supplementary estimates operation expenditures number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Infrastructure, Asset Management, not previously authorized, negative $74,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Infrastructure, Corporate Management, not previously authorized, negative $10,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Infrastructure, Energy and Strategic Initiatives, not previously authorized, negative $113,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Infrastructure, Programs and Services, not previously authorized, $1,051,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Infrastructure, Regional Operations, not previously authorized, $464,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Infrastructure, total department not previously authorized, $1,313,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Infrastructure, total department not previously authorized, $1,318,000. You agree? Okay. Committee, we will now consider the Department of Justice on page 14. Supplementary estimate, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Justice, Community Justice and Policing, not previously authorized, negative $23,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Justice, Corrections, not previously authorized, negative $43,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Justice, Office of the Regulator of Oil and Gas Operations, not previously authorized, negative $2,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Justice, Services of Government, not previously authorized, negative $75,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Justice, Services to the Public, not previously authorized, negative $17,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Justice, total department not previously authorized, negative $160,000. Does committee agree? Committee, we will now consider Department of Lands on page 15. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Lands, Corporate Management, not previously authorized, negative $21,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Lands, Operations, not previously authorized, negative $8,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Lands, Planning and Coordination of not previously authorized, negative $76,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Lands, total department not previously authorized, negative $105,000. Does committee agree? Committee, we will now consider the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs on page 16. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Municipal and Community Affairs, Community Governance, not previously authorized, negative $17,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 1, Department of Municipal and Community Affairs, Community Operations, not previously authorized, negative $66,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Municipal and Community Affairs, Directorate, not previously authorized, negative $50,000. Does committee agree? Okay. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Municipal and Community Affairs, Public Safety, not previously authorized, $4,952,000. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Can someone explain to me the $5 million line here for flood relief? How was that figure picked? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the $5 million is really an initial figure right now to support the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs, and more specifically, the disaster assistance committees that have been set up to go in and to provide, firstly, the emergency services and emergency supports that have already been offered. So in terms of the costs of conducting the evacuations, the costs of providing shelter and food for evacuees, cots, fans, camping equipment, supplies, again, food and various other supplies in a real emergency moment. So I understand the costs in that regard are already upward of well, pushing $3 million. So this helps provide some liquidity to the department as they've already incurred those costs. There's also obviously a recognition that there's going to be some relief that needs to take place immediately and in the coming months. So putting it to $5 million gives, again, that cushion for the initial needs and then some room to undertake the costs that will be incurred in the next while. It's fully anticipated, and there's already a financial coding been made available so that all of the costs associated with flood relief and recovery, including the emergency and ongoing, will be recovered, not recovered, but will be tracked so that we can provide a sense of what the total value is over time. I think there's probably a very likely chance that we'll be back in front of the House to seek some additional appropriation in this regard in the fall. But this, again, allows this response to move forward for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Madam Chair, is any of this earmarked in any way for some kind of a program, a fund that's going to get money into people's pockets immediately on a non-reimbursement basis? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, the process that would be followed through the Disaster Assistance Committee is that individuals have the opportunity, members of the communities have opportunity to make their application, make it known, list out what items it is that they may have lost and what damage they may have incurred. And while there's you don't necessarily have to be bringing in a receipt to do that. Essentially you're writing out a list of what you believe your losses or damages to be. The caveat or the kind of note that I'd make with that, though, is that if you're doing that in advance and you're submitting this list without receipts, without having necessarily incurred those costs at the front end, you do take the risk that they may not in the end say, okay, that every single item you've claimed for can in fact be covered. But again, if people are being conscientious, as I'm sure they will be, in looking at their losses and keeping in mind, that there is that caveat there. This isn't something. It would certainly provide the opportunity that when they need to go in and get some real essential items, you can do your own sense of it, but the risk would be, to me, if they're essential items, you're much more likely to see them ultimately covered once the entire process is underway. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think that was a 2-minute no. Look, I got only 6 minutes left on the clock. We've got about 15 minutes left in the chamber. This is probably the most important thing we're going to talk about today. And we're getting a lot of complaints. I'm getting complaints as a Yellowknife MLA that there's no way to get money into people's pockets right now. I've looked at the application form for the disaster assistance policy, and it's, I think, 6-8 pages. It's English. If your first language is English or you don't read or write English, you may be out of luck. I'm not sure that this is going to be very helpful for elders, and it's really for damaged property. It does not cover people's immediate needs for food, accommodation, whatever. And I understand that some of those costs may be covered already through municipal governments doing and MACA doing things, but we're getting contacted about people needing immediate assistance right now, money in their pockets. And I guess I've heard that not 1 cent of this money is allocated for that purpose. So what are we going to do to fix this? That's what I think I need to hear. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Madam Chair, that's not accurate. The $5 million is for flood relief. It's for flood relief in the communities, for small businesses, for individuals, for residents, tenants, homeowners. It is it's how indeed now it does get rolled out is, I think, really where the question is, but that is exactly its purpose, is to support all of those individuals who are in the flood affected communities. And the application process is one that allows it to operate through the disaster assistance policy that has been in place for years. That is the same thing that's been employed on previous occasions. And so it's a system that exists, a system that works, that allows us to, be organized and structured in how the funds are being distributed, and equitable in how the funds are being distributed, and to make sure that there is a process in place for that. So yeah, there is an application form. It's a form where you essentially start out by writing down your contact information, and then you describe your damaged property and the items it is that you feel that you need to have replaced. So there are now 2 navigators that are in the flood affected communities in the South Slave. Those individuals are certainly well placed to assist any individual that needs the assistance. But I know that the Department of MACA has previously put out a Q&A saying that you don't need to wait for a MACA employee. You can go to any senior N.W.T employee. They will be able to help filling out these forms and move this process forward so that people can begin to apply for funds. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Madam Chair, okay, I've looked at this form. This is for reimbursement. This is not money in people's pockets, some kind of an advance right now. What are we going to do to fix this problem? And I'm sorry, I do not want the minister running out the clock for another 2 minutes on me, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Madam Chair, I'm going to be in a difficult situation to describe a program in 2 minutes and 50 seconds. So as I've committed to in the opening session and the opening statements, at this point, there's a recognition that there are individuals who are not currently receiving supports through the evacuation program, who may not be on income assistance, who's already handed out additional $1,000 to families and $500 to individuals, or who aren't receiving the hampers that are being handed out for foods. So if in fact that does continue to be the case, I know we are all very concerned about there being an availability of funds immediately, of this $5 million. As I said in my opening statement, the Departments of Finance, Municipal and Community Affairs are going to work on a process to ensure that these $5 million and that this process is putting those dollars into people's hands immediately. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm going to switch topics slightly. I do not consider this to be resolved. Okay, 2 issues. Who's going to help people fill out this form? The 2 navigators are floating around in the communities. They're there for a couple of days, then they're going on down the valley. Those navigators are not going to be there helping people fill out these forms. Who's going to help them, elders who may not speak any English, fill out these forms? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The navigators are the first point of contact, but they're not the last point of contact. Madam Chair, there are government staff and government employees in all of these communities. There are senior members from various departments who have been on the front lines from day one, and they will continue to be there. And if direction simply needs to be given to them to say, you will be acting outside of your specific department, I fully expect that, in fact, they've already been doing that as part of their role within the disaster assistance policy and its enactment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just don't consider this to be resolved. I would like to know whether the minister is prepared to ensure that there's monthly reporting of the expenditures of this $5 million, similar to what's happening for the COVID Secretariat. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Happy to make that commitment.
Thank you, Member.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I appreciate that work's been done through income assistance to get some funding into people's pockets. Is that a one-time payment, or is that going to continue on a monthly basis as long as people need it? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Minister VCNE, please.
VCNE.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under the income assistance regulations, the Director has discretion to allocate an emergency allowance in situations that are deemed an emergency. So this one-time emergency allowance has been allocated to income assistance clients in Fort Simpson, in Fort Good Hope, or rather in zones 1, 2, 3 of Fort Good Hope and other affected residents. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm just, this is again sort of maybe not necessarily about the numbers, but while I've got somebody here to answer a little bit more about this flooding. So my understanding is that the assessors or the assessor group or company will be in the communities. They're going to be looking at damage. Will the assessors be the determinants or the people making the determination of the award amount? Are they the sort of the judicial panel, so to speak, for the relief funding? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding of the system is that it's the Disaster Assistance Committee that has the ability to make the final decisions on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, okay, that's good. I guess there's at least two sort of arm's lengths there. Can the minister speak a little bit to, well, I've got a few things here, I guess. Is there a dispute mechanism built into the process if there's only one sort of or small group making a determination of assessment of value? I'm concerned that, you know, there may not be a process for people or a timely process for people to appeal that decision as well too. Will local knowledge be incorporated into that decision-making process? I think people situated within the communities are probably better assessors or judgment of maybe what a property was like prior than, say, a senior bureaucrat sitting in Yellowknife who's, you know, doesn't know Fort Simpson. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Disaster Assistance Committee is made up both of ADMs who are largely based in Yellowknife, as well as regional representation from all of the affected communities and regions. So although I do certainly appreciate the comment, I recognize that. With respect to whether or not there's an appeal committee or an appeal process, Madam Chair, I am not certain about that, although typically with a system of this nature, when it's at an ADM or director level, it does have some final appeal to a minister. I expect that this is the same here. If I'm wrong, I will bring that response and that correction back to the House tomorrow.
Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to ask that the minister commit that she do everything she can to make that appeal process as timely as possible. And if perhaps we have one-offs that we have to come to her or her colleague and ask for that we get responded to in a timely manner. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister? Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have some concerns around, as the minister had mentioned, the navigator positions. It's my understanding that those are two senior management employees. While I do recognize that people can go to others and other senior managers and people in different departments, which I do appreciate, and I think that always happens in our small communities anyway. I'm sure we'll also be helping people fill out forms over here, and I hope and I know the Northwest Territories will step up. I did ask in the House, and I don't believe I got an answer from the Minister of MACA about whether there was a commitment to potentially hire a local individual in each community to help facilitate this process, and this would then go further to my colleagues' questions around helping elders in those communities. I think this is a great opportunity to hire a local person for a short-term contract in order to help them facilitate. I don't imagine that amount of money is going to be that large, given the amount of time that they would save bureaucrats in having to answer all these questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, at this point, there's not an intention to use the funds that are within this $5 million to hire a local position for the communities. Certainly, you know, Madam Chair, as the assessment process gets underway and concludes, if in fact it's determined that there needs to be something further, you know, again, Madam Chair, I anticipate that there's going to be some flexibility in the existing appropriations for that to happen, and if not, we'll be back in front of the committee back in the fall. But again, for the moment, that's not anticipated, and for the moment, it's not anticipated to be needed. Having said, I hear the concerns of the member. Obviously, having someone on the ground is better. That's why there's two people that have been sent in immediately. They are both, at this point, that's not determined to be a need. And I should just keep it at that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I respectfully disagree with the Minister. I think what I heard my colleagues and myself, I actually didn't ask it, but my colleagues did ask in the public briefing that it be local people who know the people on the ground in the communities and who are trusted, and the people in the communities are comfortable with those people. I can guarantee you, sending in senior bureaucrats from Yellowknife to small communities, you are not creating a navigator position. You're just creating another level of governmental official coming in. So I do strongly suggest, and I never would want it to come out of this $5 million, I suggest you find that money elsewhere. That's all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take that as a comment and we'll continue on. Member for Bay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to start off with the navigators. Having navigators go in to support the people, the victims, filling out forms is a great first step. And what I would look at, though, in my thoughts as well, was to use local people for it. And when I was looking at the number of student hires, summer student hires, there seems to be a number of positions that could still be available, and that might be an area where we could utilize some local people to go in and knock on the doors of the people that are actually impacted, and provide some jobs for a couple to 3 months. So that to me, I guess, is kind of an easy fix for short term anyway. And I'm wondering if the department would consider something like that to solve that issue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, let me just give that one a sort of a strong maybe, in the sense that I think there's probably a number of the departments that have a presence in the affected communities who may well still be in a position to hire summer students. Obviously, I don't have that in front of me here, but certainly as the Minister for Finance with HR under it, we are still very much wanting to recruit summer students. So, and as we've said, we don't want to take that money out of this $5 million. Let me commit certainly to follow up with all of my colleagues to see if we can't support that idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Chair, I guess the other, we're talking $5 million here, and I haven't heard any numbers on the number of people that have been impacted in each community, or the number of businesses that actually have been impacted in each community. If the Minister may have that information, I'm not sure, but appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Madam Chair, I do have some numbers here in front of me. My concern, though, is that I've also heard, there's literally just this afternoon, that some of the numbers are still changing and some of the estimates are still changing, and I don't know that it does anyone any good for me to give numbers here if they are still changing and not accurate. So, yes, the assessors are in the communities, the navigators are in the communities, and I think the situation, as I understand, in the north, in the Bodell, is still unfolding. So, I'll commit that it may not be tomorrow, and I know session's over tomorrow, but that the information, as soon as it can be more verified, can go out to the members. Perhaps it will go out with the variance that we put out monthly. Hopefully before that, though, as I would think that those numbers will be sooner than that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess one issue I have with the forms is that, it's fine that the navigators may help the persons fill out the victims fill out the forms, but if neither have the experience or qualifications, I guess, of assessing, maybe damage to the building, which I'm sure will be in those forms, then it's kind of a lost cause. So it seems to me that, I know the assessor's going in there to assess the damage, but that's different than assessing the building for what needs to be done to the building. Is the government going to have somebody in there to assist the victims and the navigators with ensuring that the right information is placed on the forms? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, that is partly the work of the Disaster Assistance Committee once it's, that they are coming up with lists of eligibility of what types of damage and what property losses are going to be eligible for compensation and at what level. So that is indeed exactly part of the work that they would be undertaking. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. looking at the disaster relief, I guess, is that, the reality is that it's not going to put anybody back to where they were 100% before this happened. And I'm hoping that, that's relayed to the people so there's no false hope out there. It's very important that we do that. And I guess I just want to go to what the member for Frame Lake was talking about, and that was the, putting money in the pockets of individuals. And I guess when I look at that, and I've been pushing that, and I've talked to the Minister of MACA about that, Minister of EC as well. And, it's just that when something like this happens, people are displaced. And when you're displaced, I don't care if government's paying the foot in the bill for the accommodation, meals, you're always out. You're always going to be out money. You might be paying for your own gas. You might be, whatever it might be. And so there's always those extra costs. And if a lot of people, they live paycheck to paycheck, they don't have a lot of funds saved up. So I think it's important that we take that into consideration. That's kind of why I kind of wanted the number of how many people are impacted. Because I guess when I look at what happened with the CERB, I think that's kind of what that was, to put money in the pockets of the people right away. And I think that's what we're saying on this side is the same thing. What can we do? Like, I'm hoping it's not going to be, a year down the road and we're still talking about putting money in people's pockets. I'm hoping that this situation gets sorted out fairly quickly and people get back in their houses and we solve this. So I think that's what we're looking for, and I guess ECE has already provided some money, but what we're looking for is a little more support than that to make sure that the money goes in their pocket, and having the $5 million go towards the other, I've got no problem with that, as long as there's money, separate pot for people. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Madam Chair, I can give you an estimate. I think we're looking at somewhere between, I think 60 to 80 households right now. So at least there's a sense of the scale of what we're dealing with. And Madam Chair, again, the commitment that I'm making, I realize that it is not as specific as people want, but it's an understanding now that the Disaster Assistance Committee process, while it exists, while it's a policy and it's a process and it has a way of unfolding, is going to take some time. That is why I'm making the commitment that Finance and MACA are going to work together to make sure that we get ahead of that committee process and get some money moving faster than what that process by itself will take. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just, we have victims out there, and I just want to see this dealt with quickly. We need solutions, and and the solutions have to come from all of us. And we always say money's tight, but at the same time, we got to help. We got to put the money where help is actually really needed, and we know where it is in this instance. So, instead of us sitting here and arguing about stuff, if you have a solution, put it out there, and hopefully the department can use it and help the victims. So, thank you, and that is all.
Thank you, and I'll take that as a comment. Any further questions, comments? Member for Tabacha.
One comment. There's got to be some compassion here, eh? Okay? Compassion, it's our own people. These are people that don't live in big houses that are worth $2 million and stuff. Okay? And I stress to the government that we on this side know what compassion is, and we got to make sure that the other side also knows that too. Okay? And I don't want any cold answers when you're coming to poor people and whatever. Compassion plays a big part. And I said that even at the beginning, that we got to listen to the people. Okay? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Tabacha. Did you have any comments, Minister of Finance?
Madam Chair, the Minister of Housing has been very clear that she is committed to getting housing dealt with, ready, sorted, built, rebuilt. And when I'm focusing on the disaster assistance policy and the disaster assistance committee, it is not for lack of recognizing that we need to work outside that stringent process. I want people to know that there is a process, that it is in existence, that the committee is stood up and, and will undertake its work and take it seriously. But again, that's where I've made the statement today that we're going to be working together to accelerate something outside or in addition to that process. The challenge that I have, and I know it will produce frustration, is I don't have a final answer. What I know is that we need to move this $5 million out quickly. I know we need to move the $5 million into the hands of people who have been displaced, who may already be back from the evacuation center. You know, we want to work within the processes we have as much as we can because they are there. But I want to send that message that I recognize that in the coming days, a method needs to be in place so that this $5 million can start to move out, even if it's in some sort of advance ahead of the full rollout of the process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tabacha, did you have any further questions?
I don't have any other comments. I hope that people understand compassion, though.
Thank you. So we're going to move on, and I'm going to call this page now. I don't want to use another 10 minutes. As long as you're not going to speak. I mean, for 10 minutes. Okay, well, I will let you go then. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just want to get clear assurance that our assistance approach is not being driven by the federal reimbursement. We need to put people first, and quite frankly, I can't speak for everybody on this side of the House. We don't really, or I don't care if we actually get all of the money back out of the federal government. The principle that needs to be driving our assistance approach is to help people get back up on their feet and get people back into their homes by winter. The reimbursement stuff can come afterwards. That's not what should be driving the way that we provide assistance to people. And this form and that policy is what is going to hamstring us. That's what this is designed around, and you guys need to fix this now. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we are not driven by getting money from the federal government. It will certainly be nice to get money back from the federal government. They have a disaster relief fund. It is set up to provide supports for all provinces and territories. Our disaster assistance policy is not that different from the others for this exact purpose. But we aren't before the House right now with this, making the commitments that I've made today in the hopes that I'll get money back. We're here because we want to make sure that we're getting this money out as quickly as we can. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. And thank you, Member. All right. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021, 2022, Department of Municipal and Community Affairs, Public Safety, not previously authorized, $4,952,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimate, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021, 2022, Department of Municipal and Community Affairs, School of Community Government, not previously authorized, negative $10,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021, 2022, Department of Municipal and Community Affairs, Sports, Recreation and Youth, not previously authorized, negative $165,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021, 2022, Department of Municipal and Community Affairs, total department not previously authorized, $4,644,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Do you agree that you have concluded consideration of table document 412-19-2, supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 1, 2021, 2022? Agreed. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I move that supplementary estimates, operations expenditures, number 1, 2020, 2022 be amended by changing under, that's the wrong motion. Sorry, Madam Chair. I move that consideration, no, yes, it is. Table document 412-19 brackets 2, supplementary estimates, operations expenditures, number 1, 2021, 2022 be concluded and that tabled document 412-19 brackets 2 be reported and recommended as amended and ready for further consideration in formal session through the form of an appropriation bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Table document 49-19-2 will be reported as ready for consideration in a formal session through the form of an appropriation bill. Thank you, ministers, and thank you to the witnesses for appearing before us. Sergeant-at-Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. Member for Frame Lake, I just want to apologize. I didn't say not to talk. I just meant don't use up the whole 10 minutes. You already had one round. Thanks. All right. Good. Okay. So, member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Sorry, do we want to try to squeeze in the standing committee report? Okay. All right. Just checking. Madam Chair, I move that the chair rise and report progress.
There's a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order, non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress.
Please have the report of Committee of the Whole member for N.W.T. Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering Bill 25, Table Document 412-19-2, Committee Report 15, and Committee Report 16, or sorry, 3, is it? Yeah, 3, sorry, Table Document 412-19-3, and would like to report progress and that Bill 25 is ready for third reading and that consideration of Table Document 412-19-2 is concluded and the House concur in those estimates as amended and that appropriation bill to be based thereon introduced without delay. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with.
For N.W.T. Lakes, do we have a seconder? Member for Frame Lake. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Nunavut Lake, that Bill 34, Supplementary Appropriation Act, Infrastructure Expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, be read for the third time. Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
Thank you, Minister. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. The Minister has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Yellowknife South, the member for Range Lake, the member for Yellowknife Centre, the member for Hay River South, the member for Thabacha, the member for Nahende, the member for Satu, the member for Nunavut Lake, the member for Hay River North, the member for Great Slave, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Yellowknife North, and the member for Nunavut Twin Lakes.
All those opposed, please rise. All those abstaining, please rise. Thank you. The results of the recorded vote, 14 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 34 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Madam Clerk, orders of the day.
Indaidzeng edani segedi ha wekeati. Liwadaidzeng eyeza nakeleme nano datso isle.
2020. Number 1, prayer. Number 2, minister statement. 3, member statement. Number 4, returns to oral question. 5, recognition of visitors in the gallery. 6, acknowledgements. Number 7, oral questions. Number 8, written questions. Number 9, returns to written questions. 10, replies to commissioner's address. 11, petition. 12, report of committee of the review of bills. 13, report of standing special committees. 14, tabling of documents. 15, notice of motion. 16, motions. 17, notice of motions of first reading of bills. 18, first reading of bills. 19, second reading of bills. 20, consideration in committee of the whole bills and other matters. 21, report of committee of the whole. 22, third reading of bills. 23, orders of the day.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Friday, June 4th, 2021 at 10 a.m.
Order!